2019 Volusia County Council meeting, public participation portion. We welcome you and we welcome your involvement and your comments. Those of you that have filled out a card that would like to speak on issues that are not on the agenda, welcome to do so at this time. Seeing that no one has filled out a card to speak, we'll see you back at 10 o'clock. Is it on? There it is. Just going to give you about a 4-minute warning. We'll begin the meeting exactly or promptly at close to 10 o'clock if we can. So those of you who need to get settled or whatever. Also, if you do have cell phones that might make a noise, if you would turn those to quiet. We do have a rule that if it goes off during the meeting or a presentation, it's donuts for everyone. The first offender to have that happen was Sheriff Chitwood. So, and he did pay off. But today with this loud crowd that we've got, I'm guessing you would eliminate every donut in every donut shop within miles of here. So be careful of that. Thank you very much. This is your 1 minute, T minus 1 minute and counting. T minus 1 minute, T minus 1 minute. We will begin the meeting at 10 o'clock. Good morning. It is 10 o'clock. I gave you warnings. Welcome to the August 20th, 2019 Volusia County Council meeting. We'll call the meeting to order at this time. And we will have the invocation this morning given by Pastor Kevin Key of the Cornerstone Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask council to stand with me as we do so. You're welcome to do as you like.
If you would bow your head, please. Father God, we come before you this day that you've given us, and we thank you for all that you do And we desire to give you praise and glory for who you are and how you love us and how you guide us. We thank you, God, that you hear us and that our petitions are worthy to be before you because you are a great God. We thank you for your sovereignty. We thank you, Father God, that you're omnipotent, omnipresent, that you're everywhere, God, and that your word even tells us that where two or more are gathered in your name, you are in the midst. And as we all got up this morning, Father, as the psalmist said, the heavens declare your glory, the creation at your hand. And even today, Father God, we see your presence everywhere that we turn. But we come here today, Father God, asking you to be with not only these leaders, Father, of Volusia County and our leaders of our nations, but the people, Father God, that desire to serve and to work and to grow together. I pray, God, this day that you would give wisdom to this council, that they would be righteous and fair and right, that they would follow, Father God, your perfect will, and that the Holy Spirit would guide them in their thoughts. And as these people today, Father, come here today, that you would guide their thoughts, that they would be people of peace, for you desire peace, Father. We thank you so much, more than anything, for the blood of Jesus Christ. We thank you, Father God, for the death, the burial, the resurrection, and that because of him we have salvation in him and no other name. You are a great God, Yahweh. So today, Father, bless this time together. Be with these people. Guide them so carefully and so skillfully, Father God. Even at this very hour, we too pray for the peace of Jerusalem. We pray, Father God, for Israel. Your word even says, you will bless those that bless Israel and curse those who curse Israel. We, Father, desire to do your word and your will according to your Son's precious name. It's in his name that we pray. And God's people say, Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kevin,
Mr. Keith.
you have to come run
Yes, sir.
the gauntlet. Gauntlet. Otherwise, you won't get your pin.
Beautiful blessing. Thank you for coming.
Well, we're getting back to order. Just so you know, the invocation is open to all and any. If the leader of your faith community would like to do the invocation, please contact Marcy Zimmerman, our deputy clerk, and she will make that happen. It's open to all. At this time, we'll have the roll call, please.
Yes. Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Ms. Post?
Here.
Ms. Wheeler?
Here.
Ms. Denny's?
Here.
Ms. Gertman?
Here.
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
And Mr. Kelly.
Here. And at this time, we'll move to the consent agenda. Is anyone who wishes to comment or have an item pulled on the consent agenda? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chair. Second.
Motion made by Denny, seconded by Wheeler to approve the consent agenda. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move to item number 2. And this is a presentation. So I'm Shane, Sheriff Chitwood.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Ed Fuller, and I am the past president of the Northeast Crime Stoppers Organization. It is an honor and privilege to be here today, and thank you all for coming to honor Sergeant Cochran. I'm sure you're all here for that. Crime Stoppers' mission is a sole purpose is to make our community safer and to support our men and women of law enforcement. And Honorable Chair Kelly, Honorable Vice Chair Dr. Fred Lowry, Honorable Council members, it is indeed an honor for me to not only represent our organization, but to be here to honor the men and women who Sergeant Cochran exemplifies today. In law enforcement today, they don't get a lot of compliments.
Amen.
They don't get a lot of attaboys or attagirls. You sure get the calls, I'm sure. We're not perfect in this society, But every day they put their uniform on and they said, you know what, we're going to make it a little safer for you today. And Sergeant Cochran typifies with the best in Volusia County Sheriff's Department. I want to commend this council for all the funding that you give to the sheriff, for the training that they receive, because you get results as Sergeant Cochran does. Not only him, but his unit and the entire Sheriff's Department. Now, they didn't pay me to say this. I'm from Flagler County. We're up north. I don't know. You may have heard of us. But that said, it never ceases to amaze me that when law enforcement does such a wonderful job, they really don't get the accolades that they deserve. Before I present this award to this well-deserving officer, I would indulge this audience. If you wouldn't mind, would you please give a standing ovation for this outstanding police officer? Thank you. I think I'm going to get arrested from Sergeant Cochran after this. Like I said, law enforcement individuals are so humble, and I didn't mean to put him on the spot, but I really think they need the recognition. So let me tell you a little bit about why he won this prestigious award. Sergeant Cody Cochran was born and raised in Samsua, Florida. He attended St. John's River State College, where he completed the basic law enforcement academy. Sergeant Cochran leads the outstanding and extremely proactive crime suppression team on the east side of Volusia County. In 2018 alone, the work of Sergeant Cochran and his fellow CST members resulted in recovery of dozens of stolen vehicles and firearms, not to mention hundreds of arrests. In a 9-month period from March to November, Sergeant Cochran's team recovered 42 stolen cars. 22 firearms, and made 514 arrests, many of which included serious felony charges. In many cases, the defendants were felons in possessions of firearms. A truly effective leader, he leads from the front, and that's exactly what Sergeant Cochran does. He has been directly involved in many of the incidents captured by the statistics above. Sergeant Cody was involved in a call where a fleeing suspect rammed a deputy's vehicle and fled at a high speed through Daytona Beach. His team successfully captured the suspect and discovered a missing 15-year-old girl and a 2-year-old child were in the car. What am I doing? I just can't get over that. If you're the parent, or the grandparents, or the aunts or uncles of those individuals, what do you think? I mean, that's what they do on a daily basis. Yeah, I'm plugging them. You bet I am. It is an amazing job what they do. Excuse me, I get choked up. I have a grandson, and he's 2 years old. After a body camera footage film, Sergeant Cochran and his fellow deputies he traveled to New York to appear on the live PD TV show where he discussed the incident and proudly represented the sheriff's office on a national stage. Sergeant Cochran and his wife, Teresa, have 2 children and one on the way. Sergeant Cochran, I can tell you that it is my privilege, it is my honor. Not only do you do your community well, you do this county well, you do the state well, but you do our country well. I really appreciate all your efforts, what you do, and I want to present to you the Crime Stoppers Officer of the Year for Volusia County. I told people in Flagler County the people in Volusia were nice. I'm going to go back there and tell them they're doubly nice. We love our law enforcement people. all over this wonderful state. But I really appreciate what you've done here tonight. And when you see a police officer on the road or a deputy, if you see an officer, a deputy, thank him for his service and his sacrifice. It is an amazing job that they do, and we owe them a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Sergeant, you have to speak. You have to say something.
All right, here goes.
All right.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Council, for us giving us your time this morning. Short and sweet. I'm going to try to just get you guys out of here. But at the end of the day, we don't do this for acclimates. We do this because we're passionate about the job. But we do appreciate it. A special recognition also goes out to my team members. This is a combination of hard work by them as well. And lastly, the support of the Sheriff's Office is what makes this possible. Believing in proactive police work and the dent that it puts in crime in our community is very important. And without that support, this isn't possible. So thank you, community members. I appreciate your time. And that's it. We're going to go back to work.
Okay, well, we're going to do a photo, but before that, Ben, you want to make...
It's no surprise for me to see Cody standing in front of us today. I had the honor and pleasure of working with Cody, watching him come on as a young officer, and you could always see that spark in his eye. And these guys right here can tell you can see it when somebody has that spark in their eye that they're going to go out and make a difference and are dedicated and are going to be a good cop. Cody, I'm real proud of you. I'm real proud for all of your fellow employees, for everything you do to keep us all safe. And as it's been said, it's getting harder every day. And I'm watching some of the changes that are coming about, the knee-jerk reactions that are starting to handcuff our officers on the street and put them in more and more danger, and putting it to the place to where you're not allowed to protect your own selves or the general public because of some people's off-base thinking. But I am very, very proud of you and for you. You've earned this award. You deserve it, and I expect we're going to see more awards and more promotions out of you in the future. Good luck.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jeff?
And if I may just capitalize on it a little bit, I just want you to know that there are some of us out here, and you're very correct, but there are some of us out here that believe that regardless of some stain by media and things like that, that's not going to affect some of us in our position. We are going to go out there and get the job done no matter what.
Thank you. Jeff? Jeff's going to do the world-famous photo that will go flashing around the world shortly. Yeah, I would think that would be appropriate. Okay.
Yo, the front row, slide down to your...
Not you, Cody. Cody, you got to stay in the... There you go. Balance it out. Tall guys in the back.
Go ahead and slide down just a little bit. All right, we're going to take two. We go on three. 1, 2, 3. We can do another one. And on three. Whoop, one more. On three. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Okay, we're going to move to item 3. We have the appointment of the new IT director, and George Ordana.
Sure. I'm going to have Brian Whiting come up. Of course, as people know, IT is really the behind-the-scenes backbone of our infrastructure here in the government. Brian, you just grab it. What I'd like to introduce to you today, Brian Whiting, who is an Air Force Academy graduate, He has years of private sector experience at EDS. He's taught at Seminole State College, and he's been with us since 2008. We did put this out to see what was out there because of the complexity of our systems. We have in government here, we have just so many different systems: banking systems, police systems. We have predictive technology for our ambulances. We have things in public works for the property appraiser. All these run through our IT system, and it's very rare to have such varied areas that we have to take care of. And Brian, who's been here since 2008, has done a great job of that, but he did compete with over 100 people nationwide that applied for this position, and we were very fortunate to have him right here already working. And so it's with my great honor that I bring him before you for confirmation as our new Director of IT.
I have a motion to that effect.
Second.
Motion made by Dennis, second by Post to confirm the appointment for the IT Director of Brian
Whiting.
Whiting. I should remember that. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, you're unanimously confirmed, and we are looking forward to your service and appreciate you being here, and your wife. And I know Jeff is going to be standing by for a photo of this, right, Jeff? Oh, there he is. He's already working on it.
Welcome, Brian. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'll get to that. Now then, we know you can do IT. Can you speak?
Not very well.
He talks languages that we can only think about. So.
We want no COBOL or any of that kind of stuff. So,
Brian Whiting, County IT Director. I can't tell if this is on or not.
it's on.
Check with our IT on that one.
First project.
No, that's that one over there, the very next item. Thank you for the honor. I worked here for about a dozen years now. I'll wrap it up by saying I love the organization. I really love the people I work with. I followed a wonderful mentor. It's very sad that Kim Westbury's leaving because I just enjoyed every day of working with her. And I'll miss her terribly when she's not here anymore. I wasn't nervous till I got up here.
Just relax. It's just easy. Just take a deep breath, and you're among friends and supporters and people who appreciate everything that you do each and every day and what you've been doing in the past, and we look forward to your leadership in that department going forward.
Thank you. I hope to fulfill the job ably and with the right sense of honor that I try to take into everything. That's all I have to
Thank
say.
you. Deb, did you?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Probably your biggest challenge is going to be keeping us user-friendly. We're probably know just enough to keep us going and ask the right questions, but welcome aboard. And yes, Kim will be missed, but you've earned it, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're going to get some photos.
We'll move to item 4, which is, sorry? I guess not. And this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing, the staff report. Brian? Yep. You're up.
Now you could be nervous. Yeah. Brian Whiting, County IT Director. We are here to seek approval for an amendment to county ordinances that would enable us to negotiate lease renewals with 2 tower operators currently on county land. Florida statute requires us to competitively bid the lease renewals in the absence of a local ordinance permitting otherwise. The 2 said leases have been in effect since 1994 and have been very beneficial to the county.
Okay. Council?
Move to approve.
Motion made by Post to approve, seconded by Lowry. Any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And we'll move to item number 5. This is a public hearing as well. We'll open the public hearing portion. And I see Regina headed this way.
As Regina comes down and her team here, I'll just remind everybody here, this is our, we're actually today setting the non-ad valorem assessment. What we're going to be looking at today, we're going to be asking for a range. That's the current contract that you approved with our FCC, our new provider, was will become in effect in April. They must stick to the price that they bid on for 2 years, but they do have the ability to come back after that and ask for any kind of increases that they can prove that they have. So it's not an automatic. They will have to come back. I also just want to remind everyone again, our current vendor chose to not renew his contract and decided to go out to bid. So they were a party to the bidding process, and they were not the low bidder. So I just want to remind that, because occasionally we get an email asking what happened, and they chose to not bid. So we went out to the competitive process, and actually I think we were very fortunate with the numbers we got, that we're not asking for a larger amount today. So I'll turn that over to Regina to explain what's contained in it and just a little bit of the service level. Go ahead.
Good morning, Regina Montgomery, Solid Waste Director. And again, before you today is a resolution to set the solid waste non-ad valorem assessment. And again, our service level is once a week garbage collection. Under the new contract, residents will be allowed to put out an additional personal container. With the new contract, weekly bulk item collection will be collected on garbage day, so therefore reducing the number of trucks going down the roadways. And of course, we'll keep the weekly yard trash collection, recycling collection, and we're going to keep the community bulk item collection, where residents receive one extra Saturday each year to put out bulk items for collection. So today we are asking that the non-ad valorem assessment be set at $255 per year for the FY 2019, FY 20 year, and to cap future assessments at $310 per household. And of course, this will allow for inflationary adjustments in future years. So again, the $250 per year needs to cover collection and disposal costs, administrative costs, and recycling processing fees. It also includes a storm reserve to set aside funding for debris removal in the event. For some of the expenses FEMA may not cover, or if it's a small storm that doesn't qualify for FEMA funding. So the annual difference this year is $17 or $1.42 per month. As required, all owners of residential improved real property were noticed by first-class mail, and also the public hearing was duly advertised, and staff will be recommending approval.
Okay, one question. This company has not started yet, right?
The new contract will commence April 1st, 2020.
Okay, so we currently have the same contractor.
Correct.
That's serve through March 31st.
That is correct.
Okay, Dan?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if you have any slips desiring from speakers, but I just wanted to recall that this is a public hearing, and so
Yes.
if you would open the public hearing.
I think I stated at the beginning that this is a public hearing, and I was going to get questions here and then move to the public. Deb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I think that's really important is the storm reserve fund of $2, because FEMA has changed the rules, I believe, because every time a hurricane comes through, or nor'easter, sometimes it's the nor'easters that give us more grief than some of the hurricanes with debris removal. but we are not authorized to pick up on private roads, private subdivisions, homeowners associations. So that comes from the general fund, and council has to find the millions and millions of dollars to service our citizens. So FEMA's now said we are not going to be reimbursed for that. That's got a huge ramification to our general fund. So this is preparing for that, should we need it. Doesn't mean it's going to cover it all, but things have changed with reimbursement and private roads and homeowners associations. So that's huge. And that's why that's in there for the first time.
Okay. We do have two people who wish to speak on this. Margaret Kappener. Margaret? If you would, approach and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Margaretta Capper. I live at 340 West Fern Drive, Orange City, Florida.
And you wish to speak
Well,
against,
I'm concerned about a raise because, for example, my road, you see nothing but little white notices posted all along the road. People are trying to, clean up their property. They're not doing this right. They're not doing that right. They're using this money to post these notes, and then the county has to do their part and post the bigger yellow note, wasting our money. I mean, I got a notice within 5 days. I was working in the yard, they could see that the pile was getting smaller. I just think a lot of their money is spent trying to figure out how they don't have to pick up our trash.
okay,
And then leave it laying around.
you're speaking of the current company that's serving.
Correct.
And you only have to deal with them through March 31st.
And I caught that
Okay.
when you
I
guys were
brought that
speaking.
up
I was
for
like,
your benefit.
Maybe I should have kept quiet.
Because you had made a note on that. Thank you, Margaret. Kathleen Painter? If you'll state your name and address for the record, please, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen Painter. I live at 2195 Banana Street in Glenwood. And I've done a lot of research of the surrounding counties that touch Volusia County, and also counties with similar populations, greater populations, and smaller populations. I narrowed it down to basically 6 counties. We currently at $138 are charged more than 5 of those 6 counties. Half of those counties have trash collection twice a week, whereas we only have it once a week. I feel that the problem is, why can't we manage to get our garbage collected for the same amount or close to the same amount as other counties who do better garbage collection at a cheaper price than we do? The prices for other garbage collections range from about, I think the cheapest is $195, and they get it twice a week. The most expensive is $225, and they also get it twice a week. That also includes yard waste and recycling, and bulk, as we do. It has all of the same coverage that we do, but for some reason, we're starting out at $238 this year, and you want to go to $255. I'm not sure I understand why we are being charged more than surrounding counties with similar populations, greater populations, and more frequent garbage collection. The other thing I would like to say, I am incredibly grateful that the current garbage collection company has not been able to renew their contract, because they have been the most destructive garbage company I have ever seen in my life. If you drive around the county and look at recycle bins, they tear them to pieces, they throw them all over the place. I happen to live in a section of the county that was in the bear can study originally, because we have one of the highest incidents of bear issues. So 125 of my neighbors and I had bear cans issued by Fish and Game, and we had no trouble for years with the cans, which caused a 95% reduction in bear issues in our area. The very first collection day of the current garbage company, they broke 85% of the bear can lids by smashing them on the trucks, because in my research, they have 12 seconds per can to dump the garbage and put it back and move on to the next can in order to make the company money. So in order to have to take their gloves off, stick their finger in the hole, flip the can over, and dump it, it costs them more than 12 seconds. And they destroyed the bear cans. And then when you stop them and ask them, they'd say, wasn't us, it was the bears. So we went years with no issues whatsoever. For some reason, the county refused to make that.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Okay.
Okay. I know that Regina could probably speak to this, but I know that we look at other counties. We are a larger land county than most of them. We have 47 miles of beach access. The service of the county and the unincorporated area encompasses also and works around the 16 cities as well. And if there was a better way, and I know that we've looked at it, of maybe trying to cooperatively work with some of the cities, that might work in some areas, but when you have a landmass larger than the state of Rhode Island that you're asking to serve, I think that in part is a big reason for our increasing costs. So thank you very much. And
Sure that the county has discussed with the garbage company.
Thank you.
Bear can lids. That's an important issue in Volusia County.
Thank you. You want to reiterate what I said, or is that okay?
We're good.
I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Gertman to approve. Is there a second? Second by Wheeler. A discussion, council. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And I know you did a great job in keeping the prices as low as it is. I was expecting a 20% increase over what we had.
Yeah, and it's the competitive bid process. We chose the low bid, and you hit it right on. We have, is that first map that Regina had up there shows how spread out. If we had density like a Seminole County, that tends to drive down the price. Also, you don't know where they are in their process, the other counties, so some of them may be coming up for bid themselves and might be seeing a higher price. But we are aware of that. We do everything we can to keep it low, and we'll continue to do that. And I'll have Regina make sure that we put extra care into the bear can issue. It certainly is sensitive in this county.
And we closed the public hearing portion after Kathleen Painter spoke. Mr. Johnson.
I think it's important for the citizens to realize this is free enterprise. We don't run the garbage service, we administer. But free enterprise comes with the idea of people bidding for it, and the lowest bidder, so they're bidding against each other, and they have to look at their cost as to what it takes. And the last thing in this world we want to do is if we say we're not paying this, they all back out, which Republic did. Now we end up in countywide garbage service, which I can guarantee you is not going to solve any problems if the county takes it on. So remember, this is free enterprise at work, and some of it we have to accept, but the bid process does make them come in and sharpen their pencils up some.
Okay. You're good. Ms. Gertman.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the bear issue, since that is certainly a concern in my area, that it is followed up on and addressed with the constituents.
Yes, we will address that.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move to item 6, and this is the also a public hearing. I have no cards of anyone wishing to speak, but Mr. Irvin.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is an amendment to our regulations pertaining to allowance of dogs in outside dining areas. This was an issue raised by the County Council asking us to investigate it to see if this was possible. There are specific exemptions identified in Florida statutes that do allow for restaurants to have certain limited ability for regular dogs to come in. Specifically, it has to be to outside area. There's specific hygiene requirements. There's specific procedural requirements that have to be included. County Attorney's Office did an exhaustive research of areas. Ormond Beach, one of the local governments here within Volusia County, passed an ordinance that allowed for dog dining in outside areas in about approximately 2012. And it serves as a valid model to utilize here. So what you see before you is a regulation that allows for dog dining in outside areas for restaurants. There are specific requirements that are contained within the statute or within the regulations that address the hygiene. So in other words, if a server touches a dog, pets a dog, they have to immediately go wash their hands. No dogs are allowed to sit at the table, they have to lay there. There has to be, basically cleanliness and compliance with health code requirements. It's presented to you today. If approved, it would be required that a conditional use permit would have to be obtained in order for this to occur. The conditional use permit is an extra level of review and scrutiny that the staff provides. It's an administrative action. So therefore, if I own a restaurant and I come in and I want to partake in dog dining, I have to show you that I'm in compliance, go through the review. I have to have a sign that posts all of the criteria and all the conditions that apply so that those who are my patrons who are coming in would have to be aware of what has to be done in order for you to bring your animal into the outside dining area. If there's a code violation, we go through the code enforcement process. We can revoke the conditional use permit, so therefore outside dining with dogs would not be allowed. That in essence is what we're proposing to you today based on the recommendation from the council to look at this. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer it. I know that Michael Rodriguez is sitting over there. He was the primary person who drafted it and can answer a lot of the questions as well.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I have no one wishing to speak from the public, so we'll close the public hearing. Need a motion to proceed.
So moved.
Motion made by Gertman. Seconded by Lowry. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, thank you. I just have a question of whoever. This is for the unincorporated area, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At county only. So cities like Ormond Beach went ahead and did this conditional use permit for their city, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So this opens it up for any city to do this? We're allowing them to do their own thing, or what?
Just state law.
Just the
Right.
unincorporated?
The state law authorizes them to if they so choose to.
That's what I wanted to get clear. Thank you.
Ms. Post.
So this is an area I think we need to also consider, though, the increase in the service dogs that we're seeing in our community. This has a profound effect on that because there's been a number of incidents in Walmart and a number of other areas within the county where we're hearing it on Delta and all the different areas across the country too, where people are bringing their pets into areas where service dogs are, and it's causing some issues for the people who require service dogs and need service dogs. And considering a number of things that have been brought up recently in the county at Walmart and a number of other commercial establishments where there have been interactions between service dogs and pets, I'm not in favor of this for the county area, specifically for that, because I think we're seeing an increase in the service dogs in our county, and providing that area where there might be that mix is not conducive. So if we have to choose at this point, I'm going to choose the latter.
Okay. Just a point on that, and legal may back me up on this, but we cannot control whether a service dog goes even into the restaurant, and they are allowed to go with the customer. This does not apply to the dogs having a separate area set aside, which is what this does. So we cannot control a service animal. They can take it in a restaurant. I've seen it where they have them. So we don't have the control over that.
That's correct. I'm not talking about control of the service dogs. I'm talking about control of the actual pets. So it's not the service. The ordinance is not about service dogs. The ordinance is about allowing pets to be in these same areas and allowing them to be out in the community, in the restaurants, and in these different areas. And I think it's a slippery slope. And at this point, I'm not in favor of it.
Okay, that's fine. But this restricts the dogs to a certain area, not inside the restaurant. So they have to stay in a separate area. It's worked for 7 years in Ormond Beach without a single incident, just saying, and New Smyrna as well. So, well, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, one thing we need to clarify, and I've had some phone calls about people thinking this mandates a restaurant. This does not mandate the restaurants. This allows the restaurants to do this. And we just need that clear because people call up and says, well, I'm allergic to dogs. I can't be around them. And if they mandate this, and we just want that clear, it allows a restaurant to do this, does not mandate a restaurant to do it.
Right, in fact, they must get a permit.
A good point. And they will be inspected and monitored and so forth if they violate. So, any other discussion? Any objection to the motion?
Objection.
Hearing one objection. Any other objection? The motion passes 6-1 with Post objecting. We will move to item number 7. And this is a public hearing. I have no one I do have someone wishing to speak, so I've got that. You may sing for us.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Volusia County has entered into a series of interlocal service boundary agreements with our local municipal partners. These are basically agreements where we identify areas that we know will eventually be annexed into those cities, and it allows for us to jointly plan and work together in order to make sure that we have a smooth and cohesive transition of these areas from being under the jurisdiction of Volusia County to the respective municipalities. One of those cities that we have is Oak Hill. There was a recent request to annex in approximately 50 acres in the Oak Hill area. When we reviewed the annexation, it was outside of our interlocal service boundary agreement area and created an enclave. So therefore, we could not allow for the annexation to occur. We met with the city staff, and we also met with the property owners, and we went over what options they had available in order to facilitate the annexation of the property, but also to maintain the integrity of our interlocal service boundary agreement. What was decided is that we could allow for an expansion of that boundary. And what you see today is an expansion that incorporates not only the area that was supposed to be annexed by the previous petition, but other areas where the property owners have agreed to be part of the interlocal service boundary agreement, but are not necessarily ready to be annexed at this point in time within the city of Oak Hill. So what you're seeing is that this provides the property owners the flexibility that they're looking for, addresses the concern of the property owner who wanted to be annexed, and provides for an agreement between both the city and the county to make sure that we're properly planning for our future. This has been presented to the elected officials of Oak Hill, and the town leaders have voted and approved this. This would be the final action to put in place the modification to the boundary of the agreement. No other changes have been proposed as part of this agreement, so all the other terms in regards to how we proceed are still in place. I know there are representatives from the town of Oak Hill. If there's any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer them.
We do have one person who wishes to speak on this, Johnny Mathis. That's why I said he may sing for us, but maybe not. He said no.
He probably never gets that.
Probably the first time he's heard that.
So I didn't come for or against this. What I came for was for some clarification, because I understand there's about a half a dozen folks who want to be annexed into the city of Oak Hill. Thus, they want this service agreement expanded. There's the vast majority of folks inside this service agreement who have no desire to be annexed into Oak Hill. So I went to the city meeting. I was assured via the city that they would never force us to annex into the city. I'm looking for that same assurance from the county that they'll never force us to annex into the city. I'm in the county. I'm happy in the county. I built in the county outside the city because I like it. I'm happy with the services that I receive from the from the county. I do get a little concerned in the inter-service agreement that as we go down the road, once they are responsible for the services on our road, then we'll be outside the county.
Let me assure you right now, we want to keep you as long as you want to stay.
Okay.
How about that? And we're not going to force you to go into the city.
So
we cannot by law do that.
Correct. So I wanted it in a minute.
Okay.
So as I understand it today, even with the inter-service agreement, I pay my taxes to you. So if I have an issue with not receiving the services that I need, it's the county that I call, and the
That's
county
correct.
will handle it.
And we will not force you out. We want to keep you and hold on to you and have you pay those taxes to us.
All right.
Thank you.
Careful what you ask for.
With that, we'll close the public hearing portion and we'll move on to council. Mr. Johnson.
That was a late light.
Okay, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The one great thing that this does, and we were just talking about this yesterday up in another office with another city, is how do we deal with enclaves in the county? In
Is this a motion on that?
Yeah, okay, yes. Do you want a motion? And
Yes,
then
please.
Okay. Move approval of ordinance 2019-12, expanding the interlocal service boundary agreement with the city of Oak Hill.
Motion made by Dennis, second by Wheeler. Discussion.
Yes, so with the enclaves, that's what this does. And we will continue the dialogue with all of our cities to increase this, because just like we're talking about our garbage rates that we just talked about, we've got pockets where we have a garbage truck going down the one road one day, and the next day you got a city truck picking up debris and garbage, and we've got that with all of our service delivery models here in Volusia County. So it's a goal that I've been talking to cities about, and I think we'll be hearing more about, is how we clean up our enclave mess, if that's a kind word to say, that creates a problem for our cities as well as the county, and increase our service level for our citizens. And this goes a long way for that. So I've made the motion. It's seconded. Thank you. I've got to give a shout out while I can to the great city of Oak Hill, the mayor that can handle a gavel. Mayor Gibson is in the back with her city administrator, Con Evans, and everybody else from Oak Hill. Thank you for showing up, and it's a great collaboration between our cities and the county. Good work. Good work, team, all of you.
I guess I'm looking at Jamie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, there is a process by which you can force annexation. This is not that process. This is a voluntary process. If there was we at the county ever began that process for forced annexation, we notify individual property owners by mail to their residents that we are initiating that process with the city. And that's the enclave process Ms. Denny's just referenced. But this process today is not that process.
Right. Sorry. Okay. As far as I know, we have no intention at this time to force annexation anywhere. Ms. Post.
So actually, Clay, that's what I wanted you to clarify, because there has been some discussion on that, and in other cities as well. But the understanding, I think, that some of the public has across the board is that, just on a very general level, if the city or the county has water rights to one specific area that is not in their jurisdiction. So if the county has water and sewage rights in the city, or if the city has water and sewage rights in the county, once they get those rights, then there is the possibility and the allowance for annexation and forced annexation through contiguous property. So can you explain that? Because I don't want to give any definitive resolutes here.
There's three distinct issues that we're talking about right now at the same time. The interlocal service boundary agreement is tied to joint planning and the phasing in of potential annexation. It does not mandate annexation. It does not require annexation. It's basically allowing for voluntary annexation that would otherwise create an enclave. So that's one aspect. As Jamie referenced, there's in statutes the ability for cities and counties to work with property owners to force annexation for enclaves that are existing. That's not being addressed here at all. It's not being proposed at all. There's been no discussion at this point whatsoever with Oak Hill about that. Then the third issue is water and sewer service areas. Those who have a utility, be it public or private, have distinct service areas. Municipalities, our cities within Volusia County, a majority of them do have provisions that if you are seeking their utilities, they will mandate annexation if you are contiguous to the municipal boundary and you need to have their water and sewer service area. That's the vast majority. There are some exemptions. I can't name any off the top of my head. I do know that there's some areas that they've identified that they will provide the utilities without forcing annexation, but there's no state law that mandates that. That is basically a local government's decision. So if the city of Edgewater has that in that provision, they can withhold service, I guess, if they are saying that you have to annex. But again, that's not an issue here because, again, these areas are large, rural, and they're basically on septic and well. And there's no discussion right now in regards to water and sewer service areas in regards to that area at this point.
Does the county have that in their comprehensive plan as well, just as some of the cities do?
In regards to, because we
having
don't,
that ability. So if it's opposite, right, and if it's the county, which is this case, if it's the county is providing the water and the
would we
sewage.
prohibit annexation if we were providing utilities? I guess, is that what you're asking? Because we can't force,
They're already in the.
You can't de-annex.
you can't, the term is contraction. You can't force contraction of a local government because of that county owning the utility area. So we would not it's not in our world to sit there and say, no, you cannot be in a city if you're receiving water and sewer from Volusia County.
Okay,
So it's one way, but not necessarily the other way. Does that help out?
okay. Does that help you? I hope so. Okay.
Please don't speak from the audience because we have to have it on the record. Thank you. Ben?
I want one thing clear right now is I am supporting this agreement, but I'm not going to sit here and tell a man standing in this audience in the future that I may not support annexation. Because I'll have to look at it at the time to see what is best for the majority of those citizens. And I don't want to be tied to a decision today that would say, no, we're not, when in the future we do something different, then you look at me and say, well, you lied to me. I'm going to have to look at it at the time.
Thank you, that was my point.
Okay, any other discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move to item 8. And this also is a public hearing. Mr. Irvin.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management, for the record. Before you today is a request for a rezoning of the 12.6 acre on the southeast corner of Beersford and US 17. The subject property has already been developed. It is the Walmart Center over in the Spring Hill area. As many of you are aware, this is one of the major redevelopment projects in that area that both the city and the county were spearheading to try and get some redevelopment going on in that area. Due to time constraints as they were going through the site planning process, the property owners were not able to effectively come in and do a subdivision and rezoning to PUD. In other words, they just wanted to get the site plan approved so they could get the site built and get going. And so in that aspect, this is kind of backwards in the process. What you see is a request to rezone this property to PUD so that they can have the flexibility in regards to the internal setbacks, not the external to the perimeter, but basically the internal setbacks between the lots that would be created by this PUD and the subsequent subdivision. So in other words, what they're doing is saying, here's what we have on ground. We want to break that up into 3 or more parcels. We have to go through a subdivision. The existing B5 zoning will not allow that because of the setback and buffering requirements. So how can we skin this cat? How can we go through and do this? And you see this being utilized in PUDs that we have for commercial properties, especially ones where it doesn't make sense to have a 20 or 30-foot buffer internally to the commercial shopping center, but it does make sense to have that buffer around the perimeter. So that is what you're seeing here today, is that the applicant has drafted a development agreement that mimics the development standards that were utilized in the site that's been built. So the PUD mimics those. It utilizes the uses that are allowed in the B5 to be allowed here with some specific exclusions. We've gone through it. It was reviewed by city or county staff in regards to compliance with our comprehensive plan. It was presented to our PLDRC, who also made a recommendation of approval, and it's coming to you today with that same recommendation. So what you have is your technical staff and your advisory committees recommending approval. The applicant is here. There is some concerns in regards to one little issue on the, I believe it's on page 8 of 8, which is, shows that the property will be conveyed. And we'll get to the specific statement. On page 8-8, in the first paragraph, you'll see Track A retention pond shall be included, maintaining common ownership with Lot 2 with recorded declaration or covenant stating that Tract A and Lot 2 cannot be conveyed or subdivided. I'll let Alex come in and provide the specific language, but he would like to say where after it says Tract A, Lot 2 cannot be conveyed separately. Staff has reviewed that, and we don't feel that that is a significant change. So again, you have the staff's presentation. I know the applicant is here. I believe there's public also. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay. Alex Ford, wouldn't the word subdivided satisfy that? But I let the legal eagles say that because it's splitting hairs. But Mr. Ford.
Thank you. Alex Ford, 145 East Rich Avenue, representing the applicant. I also have Larry Ray with me with CPH Engineering in case there are any questions on that front. I believe that Clay has accurately stated what our concern is. Just by adding the word separately conveyed, it doesn't suggest we can't sell the property. It just says we have to sell Tract A with Lot 2, which is, I think, the intention. Discuss that with legal staff. They're in agreement. Planning staff's in agreement. So unless you have any questions, I would, is there any public participation?
You're it.
So
Okay.
Unless you have any questions, I can sit down and shut up.
And I guess as a non-legal person, I would understand why the word cannot be conveyed or subdivided without the approval. Doesn't satisfy that agreement without changing. And I'm sure it's probably splitting hairs to put that in. Jamie's smiling or not. Jamie?
The pleasure of working with Mr. Ford is that he likes belt and suspenders on all of his projects, and we do not object to the belt and suspenders on this particular wording. It does not adversely affect the county in any way, and it makes Mr. Ford...
I realize that part. I just was...
We don't disagree with your interpretation,
Okay,
but
thank
like
you.
I said...
So what you would like to do is to change that wording.
Just add the word separately after the word conveyed. So it couldn't be conveyed separately or subdivided.
So we'll make a note that that is to be added should the amendment, should we have a motion to amend. Ms. Gertman.
I'm just going to make the motion, so moved.
Okay. Motion's made to rezone the 12.6 acre property from heavy commercial B5 to the planned PUD zoning classification located at 955 South Woodland Boulevard to land with the word added on page 8-A without, was that correct? Add the word
Separately, conveyed separately.
Conveyed separately or subdivided, so that word goes in there, and that would be part of the amendment. Is there a second? Second, Ms. Wheeler. Any other discussion? We'll close the public hearing. And any discussion? Any objection? The motion passes unanimous without objection. Thank you, Mr. Ford.
It wasn't, he wasn't.
We'll move to item 9. And this, too, is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. Mr. Irvin.
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management for the record. This is a special exception for a 30-acre parcel in the southeast area of Volusia County near the city of Oak Hill. This is addressing some concerns that were raised by some residents regarding a rural activity center that was occurring at 1430 County Line Road. We've met with the property. He is actually leasing the property owner and owner of the business. Gone over what are the requirements for what is a rural event center. And let me kind of give some background so that way there's clarity as to what is going on. Several years ago, the state of Florida passed several different regulations pertaining to the right to farm, and part of that was agritourism. And what was basically saying is that if you have an agricultural use, you can use it for tourism, and you're exempt from building codes and zoning regulations. This has resulted in some concerns from local governments. The specific issue was whether or not a structure is being built for an agricultural purpose or not. If it is a purpose that is not tied to an agricultural use, it is not covered under that. But this activity is going on throughout Volusia County and throughout many of the cities that are in Volusia County and throughout the state of Florida, to be very honest. So we were looking at what could be done to ensure that, one, protection of rural agricultural lifestyle, still allow for the use of these properties in a fashion that is consistent that would otherwise be allowed if they were agricultural. Also, understanding that in many of our agricultural zoning classifications, uses such as churches are allowed by right. So we came up with a series of criteria and made these rural event centers special exceptions. A special exception means that it's a use that otherwise wouldn't be allowed unless it meets those specific criteria. Those criteria are contained in 72-293 of our zoning ordinance. And what it does is identifies these are the criteria. You have generalized criteria for special exceptions and very specific criteria for those special exceptions pertaining to rural event centers. I need to make sure, and County Attorney's Office needs to clarify, a special exception is presumed to be acceptable in compliance, and it has to be proved that the proposed use is not going to be in compliance in order for us to deny these applications. I don't know if I necessarily said that correctly, so Jamie, if I misspoke, but basically the presumption is the special exception is valid until we
Jamie, you want to restate that, just so that it's clear? I think he covered it, but.
Florida law provides that special exceptions are presumed compatible with the zoning and are to be approved unless it meets one of the criteria in the code, and I can go over those in detail if you want. I believe it should be in your agenda item.
Right, there.
But they are presumed compatible.
Okay.
And so you have to assume they have a right to it unless they cannot comply with one of the provisions in the Code of Ordinances.
Okay.
Okay. And just for clarification, on this particular application, beginning on page 9-7 of your agenda packet, summarizes the review criteria not only for a special exception in general, but also the rural event centers. And so those are the criteria we utilize when reviewing these applications. So the applicant came in, provided us with a series of site plans, went through the discussion with staff, has shown that they are willing to comply with the criteria that is listed on page 9-3 of your agenda packet. And there's 11 criteria that we've identified that they have to comply with. These basically mimic a lot of the criteria that are contained in section 72-293. Basically what they want to do is operate a rural event center, which has been utilized primarily and characterized as a wedding barn. They have to provide for sufficient parking. There's limitations on hours of operation. There's restrictions in regards to where parking can be. There's requirements for buffering. And there's limitations on the time that audio, in other words, loud noise, can be basically projected. It provides for compliance, code enforcement, and if there's a violation of these criteria, and what would happen if they do violate it, that the fact is that we could potentially revoke the special exception. The applicant has met with staff, has agreed to comply with the criteria that you see on page 9-3. It's been presented to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. They recommended approval. It's coming forward to you now with a staff recommendation and a PLDRC recommendation for approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay. Jamie, you have your light on again.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. One of the issues that has been raised repeatedly, and I want to clarify this for the record also, is that many people have presumed that these rural event centers are allowed under agritourism under the state statute. And I know that we've had some concern that why is the county regulating this activity that is allowed by state statute? However, the definition of agritourism in state law does not include new or additional structures or facilities intended to house, shelter, transport, or otherwise accommodate members of the general public. So if you have a farm and you, as part of agritourism, have sunflower picking or have them visit your barn where you're milking your cows, that's agritourism. If you put a structure on your site in which you invite the general public to come there and an assembly. That is not agritourism. And that is why the county's code has the Rural Events Center. And that's why this gentleman in Oak Hill is now being required to come in and bring his property into compliance.
Okay. And I have 4 people who want to speak on this issue. Greg, attorney, are you representing the owner, Greg McKinley? Or are you the attorney for the applicant? No, I'm the attorney for. Okay, well then. Okay, well then, you're not up. Just what? Yeah, have a seat. Beth, Martis, Beth. Are you sure you want to speak on item 9 or item 10? I'm going to speak on both. On both of them? Okay. Your card's filled out correctly, but it had 10 and marked out to 9, so this is item 9. This is on the project in Oak Hill.
Hello.
State your name and address for the record.
My name is Mary Beth Martis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a cattle rancher here in Volusia County. I also participate in agritourism by hosting civic and ceremonial events. My barn right now is full of tractors and equipment, but anyways. Yes, the Big Red Barn is a bona fide farm that participates in agritourism with 4-H, school tours, civic and ceremonial events, and is having to submit to several costly and unwarranted regulations and fees. I asked about all the Florida statutes to protect farmers and farms. Florida Statute 823.14 clearly states limitation on duplication of government regulation. It is the intent of the legislature to eliminate duplication of regulatory authority over farm operations as expressed in this subsection, except as otherwise provided for in this section and statute 487.051, and notwithstanding any other provisions or laws. A local government may not adopt any ordinance, regulation, rule, or policy to prohibit, restrict, regulate, or otherwise limit an activity of a bona fide farm operation on land classified as agricultural land. We have a bona fide farm that is being forced to get a special exception to continue an activity that they have been doing for 25 plus years. And another operation for the last 14 years seemingly being harassed for asking too many questions. Rodeo Lakes is a bona fide cattle ranch for the last 14 years, registered with the state of Florida, best management practices, and also holds civil and ceremonial events. Yet 2 days after I was in the environmental office asking questions about the new Rural Event Center being posted, two unwarranted notices of violation were stapled to our gate. There seems to be no provision for pre-existing agricultural properties as stated under the Florida statute. I only hope that you, the County Council, can take a moment and look at the blatant violation of the spirit and letter of agritourism laws as written by the state of Florida. The future of farmers and agriculture is very important to the state of Florida and our community. Please take a moment.
Thank you, Mary Beth.
Please take a moment and think about what is happening to local agriculture.
Thank you. I'm going to leave this answer to that question to our attorney. I'm not going to step on that one.
And
Jamie,
may I approach?
Thank
I have papers for you.
You can give them to the clerk, please.
Okay.
Jamie, I thought you covered in your previous statement what she said, but go ahead. Respond to that.
Yes, sir. We may not restrict agritourism. The activity that we are regulating is specifically excluded from the definition of agritourism in the state statute. It's specifically excluded. So, in addition, the provision on agritourism says it does not limit the powers and duties of a local government to address substantial off-site impacts. One of the reasons why we have special exceptions for certain activity, including borrow pits and other activity that causes traffic, is for that specific reason, so that we know what happens with the traffic that comes on and off the roads. These activities, wedding barns, barns that are opened up, and I use the term barn in the generic sense, because many of these things never have a tractor or a cow in them. They are inviting an assembly of people. I also rely on my interpretation on the Florida State Fire Marshal, who has interpreted the Florida State Safety Code, that these buildings are not exempt. Farm buildings, under the building code and the life safety code, they must meet the requirements for an assembly hall, including sprinkling of the structures. So we don't come to this decision lightly. We did not encourage you to adopt an ordinance regulating these facilities lightly. And we believe we are on firm ground with Florida law. And I understand these people believing that they're exempt under agritourism, but that is not what the statute says.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that up. And I understand that the applicant is here, and I'll let you either speak now or later, either way you want to speak after the others have spoken. You would prefer to speak now? Or you can speak after the others have spoken, so you will have a chance to see what they say.
Mr. Chairman, is it one or the other?
It is one or the other.
I would prefer to wait then, sir.
That's what I would suggest. Okay, now I've got Mary Martis, and Mary Beth just spoke. So I'm not going to let you speak again under a different name. Okay? You okay with that? Where'd you go? Okay. So you had two filled out, one Mary and one Mary Beth. You get one shot at it. Tom Schuler. Tom. If you prefer, those mics at the table will work better, or that will pull down. That should work for you.
Thank you for letting me come here to speak. My name is Tom Schuler. I live at 1278 South Highway US 1. As the crow flies, I'm probably a mile, maybe a little further, mile and a half away from the wedding barn. I attended the zoning meeting on this when they had it a while back, and I think it's clear that the wedding barn, according to what was said at the zoning meeting, does not fall under the agritourism statute. And so what we're asking for here is a very rural area in our county to conduct a commercial operation. And after looking at the statute that the county commission passed, there's quite a few of those regulations this venue cannot make. On a Friday and Saturday night, we can sit outside of my house and listen to the music. Like I said, I'm quite a bit of ways away from this venue. So I can understand the frustration of some of the neighbors with the, besides dancing to the YMCA, to hear the rap music that goes on that's, absolutely foul. So I would ask the county to not grant these special exceptions. They can't meet all the requirements. They don't appear to be able to meet the sound requirement, which I believe the statute says cannot be heard by adjacent property owners. And I think there's some question about whether, unless you're right up beside the property, you're not considered an adjacent property owner. But there's the landscape buffers and all the other exceptions in there that they will not be able to meet. So I would ask the county to not grant this special exception, and let's keep this part of of Volusia County rural instead of commercial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Now, Greg, okay, sorry. Let's just refrain from that and just keep better organization. Otherwise, we'll get into the claps and the boos, and we don't like that either one if we can. We understand your passion. Greg McKentry for Jason Hare, or
Mr. Chairman.
I'm trying to get this straight. You are?
I am Jason Haar.
Jason Haar.
Here's what I'm losing up here.
Been there, done that. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Reckenwald, first off, I'd like to thank Attorney Seaman for her participation.
State your name and address for the record.
Jason Haar, the Haar Law Firm, 517 South Ridgewood Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida, 32114. As someone who has a master's degree in public administration and practices law and public law, I will tell you that I absolutely agree with everything council has provided to this. What you have in the Big Red Barn event is mayhem. You have loud music, which isn't controlled. You have drinking, you have debauchery. And it has taken a nice, quiet area of our county and turned it into this. Now, in all candor, my client, Mr. McKinley, right now is embroiled in litigation with Mr. Sprague's company, the Big Red Barn event. So I put that out there just so everything is clear on the record. His attorney who's representing him in that matter is here today also. We urge you to vote against this exception. These are families who are living around this area. We need to keep this area rural. You see from the citizens that is here today, they are in favor of keeping this rural. This event involves loud music. It involves drinking. And these are events that occur all the time on the weekends. He's got a young family. It keeps them up. You shouldn't have these events in rural areas and be able to hear over a mile away, as you've just heard, music. I just want to quickly turn it over to Mr. McKinley. Give your address. Your name and address.
Greg McKinley, 1530 County Line Road, Oak Hill, Florida, 32759. And to stick along with the statute, and to keep it rural, the Spraggs and the Watsons do not live on the street. The Spraggs live in a total different county. I live on this street, and to hear this music to keep my kids up at night is ridiculous. It's they don't even have the agricultural exemption on 20 acres, 19 acres of the property. It's a 30-acre parcel now. 11 acres is zoned bona fide ag that someone else has their cattle on. They do not have any type of agricultural operation there. They have some chickens and a couple of goats that just had some baby goats for the 4-H. If we wanted to go there, the 4-H holds their spot in the barn. The barn is built with creosote poles, so I know there's no way it can abide by fire codes or air quality tests if they actually pulled them. That's why they have to air out for at least a day before they hold an event there. The place needs to be shut down. That's why we live there for quiet.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's keep this area rural.
Thank you, Jason and Greg. And the applicant is here. Looks like we have two applicants.
One applicant, one council.
I'm sorry. I need to state, I don't have a card for either one of you, but you're obviously allowed to speak. And if you would state your name and address for who is the applicant?
Steve Sprague.
That's you?
That is.
Okay, and you are?
James McCrae.
And you are?
Counsel for the applicant.
So you're his attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Steve Sprague,
Yes,
4235 Will Scarlett Drive, Titusville, Florida, 32796. And I'd just like to thank the council for entertaining this. I see that Mr. Rodriguez is here. I think he might have some comments later about adjacent versus adjoining properties. We have a very comprehensive package. I think it's 120 pages put forth. We talk about our history. We talk about the length of time the barn has been there. We talk about the prior owners. We believe what we're doing is carrying on a legacy, and we'd like to keep doing that. I thought that Mr. Irvin's presentation was very good. He didn't say the name of our venue, but it's Big Red Barn. We survived PLDRC. We heard a lot of the same objections there. They recommended approval 6-0. Mr. McRae.
First of all, the earlier dispute that was raised about rural event centers and agritourism, we're not here to fight the fight that we're exempt from zoning. We're here, we've bent over backwards to meet all your zoning requirements, to meet your special exception requirements, and to demonstrate that we can. That's what we've spent weeks, if not months, with the PLDRC and the staff.
Right.
And for me, I am counsel for the Big Red Barn in the lawsuit that Mr. Haar has filed in circuit court.
Okay, let's don't speak to that.
Okay, well, I'm going to speak to the comments that were completely unfounded about mayhem, drinking, and debauchery. There's absolutely no evidence, and there's no proof, and there's no fact to support any of those allegations. Now, Mr. McKinley has called the sheriff on no less than a dozen occasions. Every time the sheriff has responded and said there is no loud music, and there's no loud music emanating from the property. He's filed multiple complaints against all his other neighbors, and none of which have any validity. There's never been any wrecks. There's never been any police calls. There's never been any alcohol. There's never been excessive, any of the problems that they allude to just simply do not exist. And we've qualified all of their concerns are addressed in the conditions of the special exceptions. We have to meet the sound requirements. We have to meet the building code requirements. We have to meet the zoning, all the other things that are in there. And we're simply here for the approval of the special exception, not to challenge the constitutionality of your zoning ordinance.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sprague.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Denny's? We'll close the public hearing portion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You need a motion before
I
we
do.
move forward with
Yes,
this? Okay.
please.
So for the sake of discussion, I'm going to make a motion for approval of the special exception for the Rural Event Center on 30.8 acre prime agriculture zoned located at 1430 County Line Road in Oak Hill, case S-19-016.
Is there a second? Second by Lowry. Now, Ms. Denny's for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Rodriguez, you have to walk us through here because this is like, I think the third time, maybe fourth time with Mr. Sprague back on this particular issue. And at first, it wasn't just no, it was heck no from council. And there were claims made and things said that have, as far as I'm concerned, yet to truly be identified, other than verbiage. So council is in a position here that if they have matched in a special exception, if they have complied with the requirements, which they have, according to the application, 120 pages, they went through PLDRC, they've gone through multiple hearings, multiple emails. I mean, this has quite a history of discussion. So, and he referenced you, so I need you to talk to me a little bit here, to the council on this in the process.
Okay. Because we're here as a special exception.
Right.
If he meets the criteria, if the application meets the objective criteria spelled out in the special exception.
And are we saying he has?
And he has, yes, there's a recommendation from PLDRC, and the recommendation up from staff is that he has met or can meet the objective criteria in the special exception. Therefore, then it would be a recommendation of approval. Right, and then the evidence that's presented is competent substantial evidence to show that he has met the objective criteria of the special exception in order to be approved as a special exception use in the zoning category.
And to the sound, and this is all public document, but at the county council on our agenda item, an 09-3, are the conditions for approval, and it addresses the sound, it addresses the parking, it addresses the hours of operation, So if he has complied with the special exception, what is the reason for denial?
No, a denial would be if it doesn't, if based on the evidence, it does not meet the objective criteria listed in the ordinance for a special exception that the applicant has to meet.
Okay, Mr. Irvin, are you?
Well, I do want to clarify for the record, this is not the final approval of this project. The special exception establishes the criteria that is implemented through the site planning process, and it would have to go through the site plan process, and the site plan itself would have to be approved by the DRC. So that's one aspect of it. Two is that, you know, there was a code enforcement action taken on this, so therefore the fact is behaviors of the past have been addressed by that. I'm not certain about since the PLDRC in this current time frame, but basically once this is approved, and if there's any violation of these criteria, we can take code enforcement action at that time, because these are specific criteria for that operation.
Okay, so this isn't carte blanche. This is just the beginning, and they still have to comply.
Yes, ma'am, and that's what I was saying is on page 9-3 of your agenda packet, there's the 11 criteria that they have to comply with. Those will be identified to the site plan, through the site planning process, but also through the simple operation. The fact is if they are having noise audible on adjoining properties, obviously the code enforcement aspect is where you would go forward from there. And one of the outcomes that can, not necessarily will, but as an option is a revocation of the special exception if they violate the criteria.
Okay, so we have built-in protections in the process.
Through the code enforcement process. And I do want to clarify to everybody that the code enforcement process is not immediate. So therefore, if you call us on Tuesday about a complaint, it's not like we're going to shut them down on Wednesday. We still have to go through proper procedures and everything else. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Understanding we are a large county, it's been stated before, size of Rhode Island, just saying for our staff. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to hear what the rest of our council is.
Mr. Johnson.
I'm looking at this thing, and there's several things that I do want to address. One is the applicant has already failed, though it's after the fact building permit. And I want the applicant to understand now you've had a bite of that apple. I don't want to be back here again that you did something different if you get this approved. The next thing is, in any of these rural event centers or any of these things that happen, there are specific things they have to meet or are not allowed to do in them. And I truly want to see maybe code enforcement to start doing kind of hits around the county on any of these things to look and make sure that they are staying in line of whatever they originally said. For instance, 150 seats. That doesn't mean 155. It doesn't mean 160. It doesn't mean 151. Or she's sitting in my lap, so that's the same seat. It says 50 cars. That means 50 cars. I can say that wouldn't count staff, but on any of them. When we do something, we expect it to be followed, and I'm not saying yet where we're going with this thing, but I do have some of that problem. I read the minutes, and I take exception to something the county said about where it says adjoining property, sound across adjoining property. I think legislative intent meant the sound doesn't carry. So if it carries, something has to be done, and it's up to y'all to make sure it doesn't carry and doesn't bother other people. Now this one right here is a little different than some of them, and we have a major packet right here, and it looks to me like almost all the neighbors support you. And that makes a big difference in my thinking of when the neighbors will take it in the neighborhood, and it's a large, we've had so far, basically I've heard 2 against and the rest for it. And I take that into consideration, but I strongly want it done, that we start watching these things, any of them that we've done, and if we have put out there that they have to stay in certain criteria, that's not a maybe. We need to follow that.
Ms. Post.
Clay, where'd Clay go? Clay. Clay, you mentioned when we were talking about code enforcement violations, you said you're not sure since the PDLRC where we're at on code violations between now and then? Is that what you said?
What I indicate, and pardon for the confusion, basically, I'm not aware of any new code violations called in since the PLDRC meeting.
So my question is, are you just not aware of them? Has that been checked and there aren't any that you know of, or it hasn't been checked?
I have not checked. I personally have not checked.
Okay, so I have great concern about that because that's from May to, we're now in the middle of August, so June, July, August. And I think it's very evident. I mean, we have a number of people here on this issue, so I would say that's probably something we should have done, just to note. This is obviously an issue that greatly affects a lot of the citizens that live in the area. When we have a full house here, I think for both issues, for this item and the next one, in regards to the rural event centers. What I would actually suggest of council, since we have not done things like check the code enforcement, and do you have that now?
Yes, ma'am. Scott Ashley went online and verified we've not had anything since May 17th.
Okay, all right, thank you. But perhaps we should have done that prior to, yeah.
I don't think that's relative, but go ahead.
Well, I do
Go
think
ahead.
it's relevant,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair.
Go
So
ahead.
thank you very much.
Speak.
Thank you for not interrupting. What I would suggest is that we table this and actually look at the special exception. There's an obvious, it's an obvious issue within the community, and when it becomes an obvious issue within the community, we're looking at quality of life issues. And when we're talking about the rural community, that's a very deeply rooted community, and these people have, expended a lot of years and a lot of money on their property and their homes. And perhaps we should look at the actual special exception ordinance that we have provided and see if that is actually, because if we're going to make our decisions today based on the county attorney's division telling us that there's really no reason that we can say no, then perhaps we should actually table this and look at the ordinance and look at it from a different angle and make sure that we're actually covering all the bases. But that's what I would suggest.
I have a concern because when the rules are in place, if someone makes a valid application that complies with it, we cannot change the rules in mid-application. It's a situation that these are valid applications that have gone through the process. At this point, we cannot change the rules that govern those special exceptions. So we have to utilize the rules that are currently in place.
Okay, then what I would ask of council then is, we can make the decisions today based on this, but I would certainly strongly suggest that after the hearings today that we bring back up the special exception and we really go over it with a fine-tooth comb and lay it out and perhaps talk to the actual citizens that live in that community and see what their concerns are, and maybe we can work together on it.
Are you going to withdraw your motion to table?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think what this does, and this eliminates a lot of the confusion, if it passes and he conforms to the conditions that are set out, the 11 conditions that are set out, and then if there's a code enforcement issue, he can be shut down. It's been operated as a business without really the necessary permits to do so. Now we would have the teeth in stopping the operation going through the code enforcement process if any single one of the conditions is not met. Then he could be stopped from operating. I don't know how long the operation has been happening. I don't know how long he's been in operation in the past, but this would certainly make it where he's legally able to operate and also legally able to must conform to the conditions that are set in the ordinance. So that's where I am. I think it gives us a much better understanding of what he would have to do, because it's all laid out. And as mentioned, we can't change, so any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. That was pretty weak on the ayes. Let's do a voice vote. Call for the vote. It's not a motion to call the vote. It's just call it out.
Okay. Dr. Lowry?
Motion restated, please.
The motion is special exception for a rural event center on 30.8 acre prime agricultural zoned property located at 1430 County Line Road, Oak Hill. And the recommended conditions for approval are stated on page 9.3, which they have to comply with. So go ahead.
Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
Yes, but I'd like to note that that is a yes based on the fact that the county attorney's division, or
No.
based on that my understanding that I, per law, cannot vote yes.
Okay.
That's not accurate, Ms. Post.
Okay, so-
You may vote against this motion if you heard competent substantial evidence that they did not meet the criteria set forth in the county code for a rural events center and did not meet the criteria for a special exception. Those are laid out on pages 09-7 through 0913 of your agenda.
Correct, and I'm being told that we have not heard any evidence of that, correct?
I can't make that determination. That is not my job. It is your determination to hear the evidence, and if you heard evidence that they could not meet those criteria, then you may vote no.
The conditions are laid out that they will meet or have to meet to be granted. This is just a step in the process, and if they do not meet those, then it will not be granted.
I understand that approved
Okay.
at this point. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Wheeler? Yes. Ms. Denny's?
Yes.
Ms. Gertman? Yes. Mr. Johnson? Sorry, that was yes?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move on to item number 10. We're going to take a 10-minute break so everyone can stand up and stretch, yell, scream, shout, whatever you want to do. Turn your phones on.
So the record is going to have the same statements about how,
Yeah.
you meet the criteria.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're going to make sure it's done.
Okay, well, I'm glad that we have others that already.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and try to start on item 10. Just if I can get your attention, please. May I have your attention? Please refrain from talking. So I'm sorry that we're at the lunch hour. What we're going to try to do is we're going to take all of the comments. We have 33 comments of people to speak. Based upon the 3 minutes each, that's going to be a long time. And what we're going to do is we are going to sacrifice and order pizza for us to take a break, and we're going to take a break and eat pizza at 1 o'clock. Wherever we are on the schedule, we're going to break for an hour so staff can eat. And those of you, I don't care. I just, what? Okay, assuming the pizza's here, we'll take a break at 1 o'clock and resume back at 1:30.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
May I make a suggestion? May or may not work.
No, go ahead.
You know, when you go in front of state committees, quite often what you do is everybody saying the same thing. And you can get up and say wave and support. It'd be up to y'all.
I have asked that to start with. They said that they would, but, and this is where we'll be. We're going to stay here till 1 o'clock. For those of the 33 of you that have spoken, if you want to be out of here by 1 o'clock, we can. If you want to continue to speak and say you're for or against it, and exactly what the other person says, well, listen, you're entitled to that right and duty to do that. We're willing to stay, but we also have to eat because you don't want 7 hangry people up here hearing the comments. I can assure you that, and especially, well, I won't say me, but I do get hangry. I have a power bar that I could eat that might get me through till 1 o'clock. But we're going to start it, and where we are at 1 o'clock, we're going to stop for the time to eat, or if it gets here before that, we may break as soon as it's here to try to move it faster. We don't want you to have to stay. Many of you have been here since 9:30, so we're going to get, and don't tell me to move it on. I can do that. We'll reconvene the council meeting at 11:54. And Jamie, you wanted to speak first?
Yes,
quickly?
sir. Before we begin this hearing, I would like councils to direct their attention to page 10-7 through 10-12. 10-7 through 10-9 are the specific criteria for rural event centers that you established and put into the code. Starting on page 10-10 through 10-12 are the conditions generally that have to be met by special exceptions to be presumed compatible. What you are listening to today, you're listening for substantial competent evidence that the event center has either met or cannot meet those criteria that are set forth in your agenda item. So as you're hearing the evidence, I would urge you to please look at those criteria and take the evidence in direct relationship to those criteria. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Urban.
Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and
And
Resources.
this is a public hearing, so the public hearing is now open.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a special exception for a rural event center located on a 10-acre parcel at Zone A2 that's located on the north side of State Road 40 out by Rodeo Drive. Yes, ma'am, sorry. The proposed rural event center was reviewed by county staff as part of an application submitted by Mark Corrett of Zev Cohen and Associates. The subject property contains 10 acres. It is located on the north side of State Road 40 out by Rodeo Drive. Pursuant to Chapter 72-293, as your Deputy County Attorney pointed out, there are specific criteria that apply to rural event centers as well as generalized categories for all special exceptions. Staff reviewed that application for those compliance. Upon review of the technical documentation that was submitted to us, it was determined by staff that it complied with all of those criteria. both the generalized criteria for special exception and the specific criteria that were established for rural event centers. It was presented to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission in June. The PLDRC held a public hearing. There were some concerns identified by residents, specifically guiding towards traffic safety, impact on adjacent property owners, service of alcohol, lighting, noise, etc. After a series of questions and comments from the public, the PLDRC looked at staff provided some information to them, and when the final vote was, it was 6-1 with a recommendation of approval for the proposed rural event center at this location. The one dissenting vote was Ms. Van Dam, who felt that anything that was tied to a rural event center should have a bona fide agricultural pursuit. We appreciate the concern that she identified. We have to stick within the criteria that are contained in Section 293. That is not one of the criteria. The only criteria is where it is allowed as a special exception. Currently, there are 3 zoning categories within our zoning ordinance that allows rural event centers as a special exception: forestry resource, A1, and A2. The subject property is A2. There are 2 parcels that are 5 acres in size. They have to be combined in order to be meeting the minimum requirements for 10 acres. The applicant has indicated that they are willing to do so subject to the approval of the special exception. Again, this is not the final step. This sets the criteria. They will still need to come in and get an approval of their site plan to ensure compliance with the criteria that's here, but other criteria we also have in our land development regulations and our zoning ordinances. The applicant is here to speak to this. If there's any questions from staff, I'll be glad to answer them.
Any questions of Clay at this time, or you want to reserve those for later? Okay. I did have one question, Clay. The individual who objected on the PLDRC objected because she felt that if it has an agricultural zoning, it should only be agricultural operation.
The critical aspect is whether or not it is got an agricultural classification by the property appraiser because it's a bona fide agricultural use. Property, and I have to tell you that other properties that have been approved for this use do not have that. It was basically tied solely to the zoning and did not include that as a criteria for approval of rural event centers.
Right, okay, thanks. Mark? Mark Carrot? Oh, there you are. I couldn't see you. And Mark is speaking for the applicant.
Correct, and I'll be brief. The applicant will speak as well, and we'll reserve some time for rebuttal.
I've set that aside. You can follow up.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Mark Corrett, and I'm the Director of Planning for Zevco and Associates, located at 300 Interchange Boulevard, Ormond Beach. I have with me Shauna Altez of Venture Together Barns. Shauna is the contract purchaser of the property. Shauna put together materials that's in your packet on 10/22 to 10/30. You can see that her plans for the property are to create a high-quality product that will be a credit to Volusia County. Shauna has a lot of experience in the wedding business, and she has worked with my firm, Zevco and Associates, and your staff to develop a plan that fulfills her vision for the property, but more importantly for our purposes of today, complies with all of the requirements for the Rural Event Center special exception from the ground up, as you've heard from both your staff and you've heard from the PLDRC. There is a strong and growing demand for rural wedding venues, as you've seen by the number of applicants. Today's brides increasingly choose barns over country clubs. There are many different kinds of barns in all kinds of places. Almost all of them are placed in rural areas, and that includes wedding barns under certain circumstances. Those certain circumstances you have wisely decided and have put that criteria for rural events in your land development code special exception process, which we've made application for. We've reviewed the staff report and agree with all the conditions in the staff report. We've developed a concept plan, which is included in your packet. We've actually listed all the criteria that are required for the special exception directly on that concept plan. We thank staff and the PLDRC for their positive recommendation, and we very respectfully request your approval today. And with that, I'll let Shauna come up and talk for a few minutes.
Sure, it's Shauna Altez, Adventure Together Barn. I'm actually 10 Laurel Ridge Break, Ormond Beach, Florida. And I'm not going to say too much now. I'd like to hear what everyone has to say. I will say that I am listening with open ears, and I really want to create something that isn't an intrusion on the neighborhood, obviously. And yeah, I would like to speak after I hear them, if that's all right.
Okay, that's perfect. Roger Gieber? Giebel. Giebel.
It's Giebel, Mr. Kelly, but good try. Thank you.
At least a speed time, but let me trying to learn
My
how
name
to
is
say it.
Rob Giebel. I live at 120 Rodeo Road. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thanks for giving us this time to talk. That's an important part of the process. I, along with this sample of people dressed the same, are representing a negative view of the Adventure Barn. The Adventure Barn is at best misleading in its application, and I would say blatantly dishonest. Let's start at the beginning. We're an A2 agricultural zone. Clearly and unambiguously, we're agricultural. The Adventure Barn is unashamedly a for-profit enterprise, and they're wishing to put that in the middle of our neighborhood. The request has been submitted to the county planning authorities as a rural event center. Let's be clear, the only thing rural about this is the application process. This is a commercial party venue, period. There's a saying that you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. You can call this a rural event center, but it's still a party venue, period. The council spent thousands of dollars, thousands of man-hours, developing a 157-page comprehensive plan. Throughout this plan, there's continuous referral to maintaining character of neighborhoods as the county develops. Well, our neighborhood has a culture, it has a character, it's rural, it's agricultural. The slide on the wall said that we were under a thriving community goal. Well, we have a thriving community as an agricultural area, yet we're not an area of bars, restaurants, convenience stores, liquor stores, discotheques, or nightclubs. But with your approval, the Adventure Barn becomes all of those things in our neighborhood. In fact, this has nothing to do with rural agriculture. There's nothing here about showing the 4-H champion lamb or running a farmer's market. This is about a party venue for profit. Clearly, the application from the engineers was skillfully developed to wink and blink their way through under this idea of a rural event center. They made the decision on parking. They made the decision that there was no traffic lanes required for access to the property. They decided that the sound wouldn't be audible, and yet there's no definition of any of those things. There's no balance in this process, and this process shouldn't move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a classic example of the fox watching the chicken coop. Your planning board isn't accountable to us as voters, but you guys are. You can delegate the planning process, but you can't abdicate the decision responsibility through insufficient requirements set forth by the planning board. You have your own due diligence, and you need to have that consideration done to make sure that you have all the right answers. You owe the taxpayers of the county the courtesy of a follow-up and following the letter and spirit of your own comprehensive plan.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I'd
Thank
like
you.
to add my comments to the record.
Paul Coulter? Paul Coulter? Paul, are you here? Paul Coulter? He's, okay. Andrea Frank? Or Andrea? Good. The next speaker, if you want to speed this up, would be James Fiesel. If you want to come down and take a seat You would be the next speaker. You would speed things up. And Sandra Kraus, you would be after that if you want to speed things up for your taking the time to walk down. Yes, ma'am. You are Andrea.
Andrea Frank, 127 Buckskin Lane, Ormond Beach, in the county outside of the city limits of Ormond.
You move those microphones closer to you. Just pull them back. Pull the whole thing, the base and all back. They'll move. They should move. I told Jeff said he was going to do that. And there you go.
Okay. All right. I agree with everything that has been said, but I'd like to say something different and maybe appeal to the fact that many of us have lived out in that area for a very, very long time. The city limits of Ormond Beach stopped at 95 when my husband and I bought our property 43 years ago. We moved there 1 year after we bought it. There was no road, there was no Buckskin Lane. We came in on the fire trail to find the trees we wanted, to find what we wanted, to live in a rural community. That rural community grew from that point, and it is still that now. We live in peace. We have animals. We have wild animals. We care about our trees. We care about quiet. We care about our neighbors. I have no problem with someone wanting to own a business and have a dream. But I do not think that the area this wedding barn wants to be is the place to be. We came out there years ago with promises that the city would not take us over. We came out there, the city is now our backyard. We have areas of conservation around us. We're very, very privileged to live across the street from Tiger Bay. We feel wonderful that the animal corridor that starts up in Georgia runs right through many of our properties and goes down to South Florida. We've seen most of the wild animals. I don't mean me individually, but the people that live there have seen most of the wild animals. Yes, we've talked about the bears and the bear cans, but we've had the panthers, we have the bears, we have the deer. We have everything going through that corridor. I really don't want to see something as large and commercial with a asphalt or concrete, I can't remember what it said, parking lot there. It's right in the middle of the corridor. It is right in the middle of our rural community. And that's how I would like to stay until the body bags show up to get us out of there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to refrain from the applause, please. James Fiesel. Sandra Kraus, you're next. If you want to get ready. There, you're close enough. Thank you.
And just for the record, Mr. Kelly, it's Fiesel, but it saves me $100 if you don't get it right. So.
Sorry, Mr. Fiesel.
That's quite all right, sir. Bear with me while I work my... Practicing to be presidential with the teleprompter, forgive me. For the record, sir, my name is James Fiesel. My address is 90 Appaloosa Lane. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your service to the community and your time this morning. Again, my name is James Fiesel, and my wife and I reside with our son and grandchildren at 90 Appaloosa Lane, and we operate the Happy Chicken Farm, where we raise free-range, naturally fed chickens for high-quality, delicious, and nutritious eggs. I became interested in the current issue the moment I was made aware of plans to develop a commercial venue in very close proximity to my own ranch. From my perspective, the presence of a commercial venue such as this represents a detriment to the safety and quality of life in this community for my grandchildren, as well as the quality of life for my livestock, who rely on the dark and quiet time after sunset to facilitate their roosting and laying habits, as well as their general health and welfare. We recently conducted a voluntary 23-question survey of residents of the Rima Ridge area.
Approximately 60 completed surveys were returned and tabulated, and the results were very compelling. Residents were asked both quantitative and qualitative questions to assess what they liked most and least about their community in which they reside. Some of the key findings of that survey indicate that 100% of residents indicated that, among other reasons, they chose to live in Reimer Ridge because of its rural agricultural nature, the natural and quiet surroundings, as well as the abundance of wildlife. 80% of residents indicate the potential for increased traffic and crime in conjunction with a commercial venue being established is very concerning to them. When considering the respondents with dependent children living in their home, this increased to 100%. Among the varied reasons for choosing Reimer Ridge as a place to live, 100% of respondents indicated the lack of commercial development was a high point of attraction to the community. 40% of our respondents indicated that their property is used for agricultural purposes, and 30% indicated that they have horses on their property. 100% of respondents object to the additional development of commercial businesses in and around the Reimer Ridge area. Traffic, noise pollution, light pollution, disturbances to the wildlife, including some endangered species, which include the Florida panther, as well as the disruption to livestock, were among the key concerns stated. The potential for drunk drivers is a concern for 100% of respondents who indicated that they have children living in the property. In many freehand comments, respondents reported concerns that the increase in transient traffic will lead to an increase in crime. The population of Reimer Ridge is largely split between long-term residents and newcomers, but regardless of tenure, 100% of residents indicate that they have no plans to leave Reimer Ridge. There appears to be an overwhelming sense of community ownership here. Residents indicate that Reimer Ridge represents a community of people.
Mr. Fizo?
Yes, sir.
Your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Kraus?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Sandra Kraus. I live at 253 Bridle Path Lane in the Reimer Ridge neighborhood, and I've been there 22 years. My saying is keep Reimer Ridge rural. R is for kindness in our community. E is for effort we put into our neighborhood. E is for examples we share among us. P is for prayers among us all. R is for rural agriculture. I is for ideas we see in our community. M is for magic around us. A is for America, land of beauty. R is for rural agricultural. I is for ideas we see in our community. D is for disappointment this would be. G is for glamour we do not want. E is for effort we all put into our neighborhood. R is for rural agricultural. U is for unity among us. R is for rural agricultural. A is for America, land of beauty. L is for land of Reimer Ridge. Stay rural agricultural, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Come on now. I'm not going to ask you again not to applause. I know you appreciate it, but we've got to have a certain amount of decorum in that if we can. Chris Calabrese? Chris? And the next speaker is Deborah Lane.
Hello, my name is Christopher Calabrese. I live at 3167 West State Road 40 in Ormond Beach. I grew up in the early 60s in a small farming community, Homestead, Florida. Couldn't see another house from our 140-year-old homestead. Me and my four brothers spent our time playing outdoors in the woods, fields, building forts, having horse biscuit fights, and observing the wild birds and animals that were everywhere. We were tight, and we relied on each other for everything we did on the farm. Always had lots of animals, fresh vegetables, and eggs. Mom and Dad had servant hearts and were driven to help others. As such, they contributed to the building of tight-knit relationships with others around our community. They showed us what it took to form and maintain strong families which build strong communities which build strong nations. One of the things that my parents did in that regard was they used to take us to Miss Lillian Polk's house, our only neighbor. Came to town with her husband on a horse-drawn wagon years ago. After Miss Polk died, Dad would go down and help Miss Polk fix things around her house and just sit with her and drink lemonade so that she wouldn't feel alone. We took care of our people and our community. Miss Polk died long ago. Little by little, so did the wild animals die. Finally, so did the rural community die. Bulldozers ripped up the land, and with it the animals' homes. They destroyed the avocado lime grows. They're all gone now. Rural community, the urban chaos in a generation, all replaced by cheap cookie cutter houses, traffic jams, noise, crime, and corruption. Homestead now has the title of one of the most dangerous and violent cities in the country. Raymer Ridge still has much of the rurality Homestead had, but hopefully it won't go that direction. This party venue will not contribute in any positive way to our community. What it will do is to bring large drunken crowds, traffic jams, accidents, and resentment from the residents. We're on the same path Homestead took. If the council votes your way today, Shauna, just know that you will be the big player in the slow death of our rural way of life. You open Pandora's box, and you can muscle your way in with this project, but you will never be accepted as part of our community. So please, Shauna, we ask you to voluntarily withdraw your application and know that by doing so, you contributed to the higher good of what's really important to many others around you. If you do this, you are a caring and compassionate person with a conscience for others and our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Deborah Winghaver Lane.
I am Deborah Ringhaver Lane. I live at 3455 Relay Road on a 166-acre parcel that includes 35 acres of conservancy. There's also an airport there. It's been used one time in the 3 years that I've owned the property. And it's quiet. We have a quiet neighborhood. We like it quiet. Occasionally we do have parties, and we actually have them in my barn. We have fundraisers for veterans and Christmas parties for the community. We raise toys for the kids, and it's undertaken as a community effort. What I would say about the Adventure Together barn is that it has been laid out to us with falsehoods. Shauna told us there are no other event venues like this out there. Well, there are already 2 event venues, mine not being one of them. So I don't see why we need a 3rd, more commercial event venue. As you can see, there's a good deal of opposition to this. It's not wanted, it's not welcomed by our community. And I feel like it's more a way to, it's a vertical integration of her business, her florist business. It's a way to make her florist business thrive. We don't want it. We don't want this at all. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And you all have seen, or no, that's all. As you're making your comments, if you could address the conditions that they must comply with, that we must make our decision that they're not in compliance with, because that's what we're governed by. We appreciate where you live, and we know how everyone feels about where you live, and your home is your castle and your area that you have. And that is important to each of you as it is to us to accept that. However, the decisions that we're going to have to make are the conditions that they have either met or not met that are required for this action. Deborah, you spoke. Mary Matnell. I'm going to try that with Matnell. And Rhonda White, I can get that one. Rhonda White, you're next. So if you want to head on down, you'll be close.
My name is Mary Matwell. I reside at 3275 Maverick Lane in Raymer Ridge. I, along with my neighbors, am devastated by the plans for a rural events center. Raymer Ridge subdivision, which runs through Volusia and Flagler County, is surrounded by acres of wildlife habitat, including several eagles' nests that have existed for decades. I am very concerned of the impact because of the proposed construction is right on top of us and will not only destroy quality of life, but the health and well-being of all. The Volusia County Comprehensive Plan was developed to protect the natural beauty and sustainability of the natural environment that we all enjoy in the rural area. The plan specifically states that the environment shall not be adversely affected, but that is exactly what's going to happen. Studies have proven that the impact of negative noise on surrounding wildlife, farm animals, and humans is extremely detrimental. This will adversely affect the natural wildlife because noise has indirect effects on population dynamics through changes in habitat use, courtship, mating, reproduction, parental care. Animals actually give their young. It will adversely affect the health of all residents and our animals because loud sound is well known for stress and adverse effect on every part of the body, including blood pressure, heart rate, circulatory, digestive system, sleep disturbances, liver, kidney, and the immune system, especially longer lasting sounds. It will adversely affect animal livelihood for our farmers because noise directly affects the reproductive physiology of farm animals. Noise levels generated by a typical wedding or dinner dance band is 89 decibels inside. Now add to that an audio system playing outside, which throughout the entire property at the same time, 11 in the morning till 11 at night, every day of the week. Is this where you would want to live? This venue is advertising on its website and two social medias that their activities are not limited to weddings. We might be talking karaoke, live bands, or DJs. It is often the bass beat or low frequency content of the music that causes complaints, and this can subjectively be heard as a thumping noise in homes. Did you know that the bass beat also can travel through some distance and go through closed double glazed windows? This is the very reason we have established guidelines for decades in Reimer Ridge that require noise not to exceed 60 decibels up to 10 and not higher than 55 after 10. It is heartbreaking that we have achieved a lifelong dream just to have it shattered by a misplaced plan. Please keep Reimer Ridge rural agricultural. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Rhonda White. And Michael White, you will be next.
Hello, thank
I
you.
bet this is Michelle.
Pardon?
I'm sorry. You're Rhonda.
I'm Rhonda, yes.
Okay.
My name is Rhonda White. I live at 155 Pinto Lane, Ormond Beach. The Growth and Resource Management Department held a meeting on June 21st, 2018 to discuss rural event centers. This ultimately led to a passage of a new ordinance allowing new business to be built in rural and agricultural zoned lands. On page 2 of a memo written by a senior planning manager, it decries the current use of existing facilities on farms for wedding events. These types of events are sanctioned and encouraged by the Florida State Statute Section 570.86, which should be upheld by the building and zoning staff and members of this council. Farming is a tough and costly business. Many farmers give up every year never to return. The state recognized this and the need to help farmers earn extra money throughout the year as an incentive to hang on by allowing them to capitalize on country weddings, corn mazes, and other farm-related activities. The public's interest in these types of events on real farms is what is now called agritourism. What the current Rural Event Center ordinance is now doing allows big money investors to build new facilities that directly compete with the same limited business that farmers occasionally enjoy. The rural event centers may try to create the feel of being on a real farm, but they are not real farms. In reality, they're just another commercial business trying to drive away farmers and a farm-related way of life. Commercial businesses that are not directly farm-related do not belong in our rural community. In closing, I'd like to quote a staff writer who wrote, "These facilities are typically located in rural areas where traffic and noise associated with wedding festivals can be disruptive to the quiet rural lifestyle expected by neighbors. Your own staff recognized the negative issues associated with what already exists. So why would you even consider approving a bigger, louder, permanent facility that was never a real farm, that plans to operate 7 days a week from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., not counting the before and after activities of setup and cleanup after each event? If allowed, this type of facility will forever be far more disruptive to our rural community and our rural way of life. Please keep Reimer Ridge rural agricultural." Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Michael White. And then Al McQuinn, you're next.
How y'all doing? My name is Michael White. I live at 155 Pinto Lane. I am an ex-farmer, ex-truck driver, and I have a question, just one big old question. What are we going to do if this thing goes belly up? What is going to be there? And that's all I have to say to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Alma, Quinn, Ms. Quinn. And Colleen Blaze, you would be next if you're
Okay,
out there.
my name is Alma Quinn. I live at 119 Appaloosa Lane, which I have been there for 41 years. Never thought I'd be in front of you all, but I'm here. I am very concerned with the location of the new rural event area center, which is proposed to be built on agricultural zoned property. Now, they have bought 10 acres, but they're only able to build on 3 acres because the rest of it is wetlands. So when they talk about they bought 10 acres, they're only building on 3. And y'all all know that. You've studied everything, so all we're telling you is something you already know. It's also being built on Appendix 1 per. Now, if you go to the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan, you will see on Figure 1-3 major wetland systems. Figure 1-7 special rural areas. 1-9 in the 100-year wood floodplain, and 111 rural, 1-14 energy conservation area and natural resource management area. Figure 1-1 Florida aquifer recharge area 4 to 8 inches a year, and 11-2 watershed to Middle Haw Creek, which y'all probably already know all that. The biggest concern for me is water usage. I am not concerned just for myself, but for my children, grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren, which are already here. Not sure if you are aware, but there are over 2 billion people in the world without drinking water at home. I don't want my grandchildren to be added to that number because we took safe water and sanitation for granted. There's more to this, but I've only got a little time. The following is from the Volusia County website. The Volusia Floridian Aquifer is unlike any aquifer in Florida. Designation by the EPA as the Volusia-Floridian Source Aquifer means our aquifer functions as an underground water source that supplies at least 50% of the drinking water consumed in the area overlying the aquifer. These areas have no alternative drinking water source that could physically, legally, and economically supply all those who depend upon the aquifer for drinking water. This is very important. Now, according to what we have done a study, she would use 1,500 to 2,000 gallons of water per event. And that would mean that she would use, if she had a couple of events per week, she would use 200,000 gallons of water per year. My next thing is, I'm also concerned about what she uses to clean, because we're on septic tanks out there. Now, there's already been a problem up in Norma by the Sea. We're going to have a problem here. That opens up the possibility of leakage into the surrounding soil, which can linger for many years, creating the risk of biomagnification. Microorganisms ingest chlorine byproducts in water or soil.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I know you did it. You tried to get it in. Colleen. And then Michael, you'll follow her.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Colleen Blaze, and I live at 161 Woodhaven Circle East, Ormond Beach. I've been a resident of Country Acres for the past 32 years. I don't know if any one of you were raised on farms or lived in the agricultural community. Personally, I'm a city girl. So when we decided to move to Rayma Ridge, I was glad. I thought it was time. Yep, I wanted to raise my family surrounded by forest versus cement, wide open spaces versus a suffocating city, appreciation and respect for the wildlife versus owning a dog or a cat, peace and solitude versus the noisy city life. All of this expresses freedom in the way we have chosen to live. I oppose Adventure Together Barn Event Center being built based on the following unanswered questions. Is it a commercial business with no agricultural significance? Does the word barn in the business signify a farm enterprise? What statutes, laws, or amendments would prevent me from building an event center 5 miles away, or a bar, or any kind of business that didn't have any agricultural interest? How will this barn benefit us, the residents? How will this barn benefit the owners that don't reside in the community? Will this business be able to prevent intrusive noise impacting our neighbors that reside in this community by simply planting trees and bushes? Will this negatively affect farm animals? Will this negatively affect the wildlife that roams freely? Will this affect our neighboring churches during their religious services, not only on Saturday and Sunday, but when they host outreach ministries during the week? Will this negatively affect our property values? Will this commercialize our country lifestyle? Do owners of the party barn know something that we don't know? If not, then why are they advertising their venue completed with pictures and revealing that they're breaking ground this month and accepting reservations for 2020? Presumptions don't answer these questions. We already have 2 event centers and on existing farms that had to adhere to the rural event center designation under the Florida's definition of agritourism. My question is, how can Adventure Together Barn be built without a farm designation? If farmers can't compete for their needed extra streams of income, then to help keep their farms afloat, then their farms, unfortunately, may be forced to close. This venue could definitely usher in abuses and corrupt the intent of agritourism, which was designed to protect our farmers. We need farms, not event centers. To quote Paul Harvey, on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a farmer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Good
you.
day. That was my best Paul Harvey I've got. Michael?
Good evening, council members, or I should say morning. My dad says hi, by the way, Dr. Blaze. I don't know if you remember him. He remembers you. Says you're an honest broker. So I'm going to take him up on his word on that. I'm going to be brief. I'm going to bring in 2 council members that have spoken today. Councilman Member Johnson, Councilwoman Heather Post, about the concerns that they have, and I echo them. And number 1, compliance with the 9 points that have been brought out in your own paperwork. Quality of life, but also noise. How do you corral in noise? You can't. I don't care how tall the bushes are that they put around. You've still got the open frontage towards 40. Unless they're going to put up a wall around it and a bubble, no way you're going to keep that. My other concern is the beginning of the commercialization of 40. When we were out there 32 years ago, 2-lane road, if y'all have lived here long enough, you'll know that it didn't even have shoulders. I can't tell you how many motorcyclists we killed. They 4-laned it, made it safe, and now, along with that improvement, we're now going to be heading for, development. I'm hoping that we will have the kind of development that we can live with, houses, etc. Not commercialization, 7-Elevens, whatever. Once we start going down that road, we're going to be down there. And this is not a problem that's just unique to us. It's happening all over the country. Just in Florida alone, it's an $86 billion industry. So wedding venues in barns, rural event centers, is big money. And I can understand it. I can understand it's a temptation for a revenue stream for the county members. And I can agree with that because our costs are always going up taking care of the folks here. But that being said, we also need to keep in mind the people that already live here. As Ms. Post pointed out, quality of life is a big issue for us. So with that in mind, I would just ask you to not so much cancel out, because I can see where we're going to be going with this based on the previous discussion that we had in Oak Hill. But at least if we proceed forward, let's do it with thought and with control over how this is being done, because right now, the way I see it, there's a lot of loopholes that can be done here, including not even knowing whether this is going to be just an event center or something else. So Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John DiGilio. John, you here?
They said he had to leave.
You had to leave. Deborah Gilmore. And Dixie Sachs, you'll be next, if Dixie's here.
I am Deb Gilmore. I live directly across the street from this proposed venue, 3272 West State Road 40. Just moved there 3 years ago after working, I guess, 42 years and saving every penny I had to get out in the country with my girls, my horses. Shocked when I got the letter in the mail. Shocked. They're going to put, it's a party barn. It's nothing rural. Nothing rural about it. 3 acres of usable land, totally encumbered. One of our members actually has a picture to give you a visual of how little of that property will not be covered with buildings and parking lot and septic tanks. The rest of it's all rural. She'll show it when. Please don't. Just show it up. Just show it when you come up. Yep. But I just want you to understand that I think these barns are a great idea. I think it's a wonderful idea, but I think this is about where we're putting these things in our county. The people that came before us in this county put a comprehensive plan together, kind of like our Constitution. A thought, a big thought. And just like the law, it moves all the time, and I understand that. We manage it. It's our responsibility and our right to say, we don't want this encroaching in our little slice of heaven. We need balance and diversity in our county. That means there's a place for everybody in the way they want to live. We need to protect our planet. Can we think about that? Everyone's going to speak to all the reasons that we've done massive research. We come together as a family, this community. I loved it. I met everybody that I live around, and we're all just alike. We're a bunch of smart, hardworking people that like to live in the country with our critters, you know? So let's just think about the balance of our county. I live right across the street. I know I'm going to hear it. I used to live about as far away from the Broken Spoke and all that stuff over on US 1. They came for 2 weeks twice a year, and that was cool. We loved it. Come spend your money with us, and we can handle it. I don't want to listen to this every weekend. I don't. I sat out last night, and I listened to the frogs. I don't want to listen to this every weekend, and they cannot promise me that we won't hear it. I don't want my water ruined. I pay taxes along with all of these people to provide water recharge, animal protection for our wildlife. We pay taxes to provide this service to our county. Let us do that. Leave us alone between the entrance to the state park and the other side of Plantation Pines. We understand that we're going to need more stores and things. But can't we just leave little sections of ground where somebody can drive by with their kid that's never seen a cow in person and say that's a cow? And I'm done. I understand.
Thank you.
But I appreciate the time.
Appreciate you being
here. And
here.
I feel real strong about this.
I would be surprised if.
I live
Thank
across
you.
the street.
Okay, Dixie. Dixie Sachs.
Well, it's good afternoon now. I started out with good morning before. My name's Dixie Sachs. I live at 175 Pinto Lane, Ormond Beach. I've been a resident, a taxpayer, and a registered voter in Volusia County for 36 years, but only 20 of those years have I had the pleasure of living in Rima Ridge to me, Rima Ridge to some of the older residents. It's a rural agricultural community. I've written a more detailed letter to each of you telling you why I love this community and why I have concerns about the proposed wedding barn. But I'm going to give you the abbreviated version right now, and I'll be happy to share the letter with you if you didn't get a chance to read it. Since becoming aware of the possibility of this rural event center on State Road 40, advertised and already seeking reservations as Adventure Together Barn, along with my neighbors, I have numerous concerns about this proposed disruption to our peaceful neighborhood, such as the additional traffic dangers, the noise, the impact on our wildlife and domestic animals, and where the water and sewage will go from up to 200 people at one location at a time. Where's that poop gonna go? However, my question to you involves the actual property selected. 70% of the 10-acre property in question is openly acknowledged by the developer to be protected wetlands. No matter what precautions are taken on the remaining 3 acres, the flora and fauna of this property and surrounding properties will be significantly disrupted. My question to you is this: when the ordinance allowing special exceptions for rural event centers in areas zoned A1 and A2 was approved, the ordinance stated the minimum lot area shall be 10 acres. Was the intent of the 10-acre minimum to be usable land without disruption to the ecosystem, or did the council intend to allow that acreage to be predominantly protected wetlands? If the intent was 10 usable acres, please don't approve a rural event center on 3 usable acres in our neighborhood. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sandy Hutchison. And then Vicki
Stafko.
will be next.
Good afternoon. My name's Sandy Hutchinson, and I live at 3296 Relay Road in Ormond Beach. I've only lived there 4 years, so I'm a rookie to the neighborhood. I'm sorry that I have to talk real fast because I have to get all this in. I try to time myself. I have numerous reasons as why I'm opposed to the event center. However, I cannot cover it in 3 minutes. There's just no way, so I'm going to rely on the information, as Mr. Kelly referred to as a book, that I sent each of you in your email. In the minutes, though, at the PLDRC hearing on 6/20, Mr. Corrett made a statement that said, and I quote, "The site plan process would ensure the traffic concerns are addressed. The use would increase traffic, but it was rural highway, and the area was not even in the top 15 in terms of number of accidents. Unfortunately, the nature of rural highways, where that accidents can be severe and fatal, had nothing to do with the purpose of this use." I respectfully disagree. This is a wedding, quote, event venue. There is no doubt that alcohol is going to be served. On her website, it says the groomsmen will have a whiskey bar. You can go to cocktail hour under the covered porch. You can do it indoors, you can do it outdoors. I'm asking the council members just to stop and think for a minute about what they're getting ready to approve. This is not a bar. This isn't where a bartender can prevent somebody from drinking too much and getting behind the wheel of their car. No one's going to cut anybody off if they drink too much. Think about the people leaving who are driving down a dark highway, known for an array of animals that dart across the highway, and then add to that scenario a driver that has consumed alcohol. By adding approximately 68 plus cars leaving an event all at the same time, with many of the drivers who have consumed alcohol, in my opinion, it does in fact have an influence on traffic, and it does increase the possibility of a severe fatal accident. As a retired police master sergeant with the Austin Police Department located in Austin, Texas, I was an accident investigator, and I specialized in investigating serious injuries and fatalities. I have felt the pain of notifying a loved one of a severely injured or deceased person. And believe me, I would never wish that on anybody to do that. For the details of a collision are a very big deal to family. The facts that the road wasn't in the top 15 for collisions means absolutely nothing. Such a statement actually has no place when talking about vehicular safety or the safety of the area where we all reside.
Thank you, Sandy.
I'm sorry.
You
Thank
tried,
you.
But I did read your book, so.
Thank you, sir, and I do appreciate it.
Vicki? And I might stress again, please try to address your concerns toward those conditions which have to be met for the approval. Those of you, I haven't heard, anyway, please try to do that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Vicki Staffco, and I reside at 3296 Relay Road in Ormond Beach. I am here to speak in opposition to the special exemption for rural event center on the rural agricultural zone property. I have looked over the proposal that was submitted to the county and what was advertised on Adventure Together Barn website, and I have several concerns. The proposal states that no loudspeaker call system shall be audible on adjoining properties. Yet on the website it states, use our state-of-the-art AV equipment controlled by your phone and play your favorite music throughout the entire property, both indoor and outdoor, saving thousands on a DJ, which may also be used on an indoor-outdoor dance floor. This type of music more readily crosses from one property line to another. This will interfere with the peace and tranquility of our community. The subject of noise pollution is a quality of life issue. I live 1.3 miles north from the proposed venue site, and at times I can hear traffic on State Route 40 when I sit on my patio. So it only makes sense to me that I will be able to hear music being played throughout the property as advertised. I moved here for the peace and quiet of a rural community. Studies have shown that noise pollution not only affects humans, but has negative effects on the domestic animals and wildlife as well. In just the area between the venue and my property, there are dogs, cats, chickens, goats, peacocks, and deer, just to name a few. The proposal also states that the addition of a rural event venue will not alter the character of the surrounding rural neighborhood. It is anticipated to increase the value of the property once improvements have been made. I do not understand how any of this would increase the property value to our community. This would be a commercial business that would be open 7 days a week. This would lend nothing to enhance the character of our neighborhood other than the increased noise pollution, increased traffic with the possibility of more accidents because of alcohol being consumed, among other things. I am concerned that a non-agricultural commercial business may be allowed in our rural community. I would like to end by asking one question for each of you to ponder. Would you want this rural event center in your neighborhood that's open 7 days a week until 11 p.m.? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Vicki. Michael Kress? Michael, oh, there you are. And Karen Calabrese will be next. Karen, if you're here.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Kress. I live at 286 Cone Road, Ormond Beach. My family settled in rural Rima Ridge to escape the nuisance of noise, commotion, and commercialism about 20 years ago. We've lived there lived on Cone Road about 20 years. My point is you can find loudness and commotion easily, but a peaceful, quiet lifestyle must be sought and preserved. There's no accurate way to measure loudness. I know that sounds crazy, but I have a 50-page scientific report indicating that with 200 references and an example that proves that low frequency bass is 28 decibels quieter with a decibel meter than with a phone's reading meter. So my point is, depending on what instrument you use, and from what I understand from this article, there's about 4 different instruments, it's just impossible to measure loudness. And but we all know what loudness is. When we're sitting next to a car and we hear that might be below the decibel level, but it's annoying, it's distracting, and it's unsettling. And it's the same thing when it's on property. You all have the authority to rescind or revise this special exception to the ordinance, and I commend Ms. Post for expressing her interest in wanting to relook at this. I appreciate that. Our beloved wildlife will be adversely affected due to the unnatural nuisance of music, light pollution, carbon monoxide, traffic, the inevitable yeehaws and yahoos at 11 p.m. possibly 7 days a week. They can relocate because they can. It's not that easy for us to relocate. Please keep Rema Ridge rural and agricultural. Thank you.
And just for the record, I checked your decibel at that time, and the average was 70. So, thank you. It is very scientific. Karen Calabresi. Okay, thank you very much. Danielle Boyd. And Deron McCabe will be after that. And just for the record, I've used that when Ormond Beach checked sound from one establishment. I've used my phone, and it was within 1 or 2 little points of being as accurate as the machines that are thousands of dollars. But anyway, just saying.
Hi there. My name is Danielle Boyd. I live on 130 Rodeo Road, Ormond Beach, 32174. My family moved here 5 years ago from South Florida, so we know the commercialized industry very well. We know what busy neighborhoods are like. We know not having much property. So again, we moved here 5 years ago so we could have peace and quiet and property that my kids could grow up. And we also have 2 horses, 4 dogs, and so for us, it's a way of life. So I'm just going to repeat what I found on Volusia.org, their mission statement: to protect and conserve the natural resources of Volusia County for future generations to enjoy, to promote good stewardship of our soil aquifer, providing quality water needs for the future residents of the county, and to preserve the regional ecosystems as well as animals and plant species throughout habitat and conservation, restoration, education, and enhancement initiatives. Also, Volusia.org 12.2.1.4, land use activities. Adjacent to environmentally sensitive lands, including conservation areas designated in the future land use and recreation open space elements, shall be limited to non-intensive uses such as environmental system corridors, forestry, resource, agricultural, rural, or low-impact urban. Otherwise proposed land use activities must ensure that such activities will not degrade the natural, physical, biological, and aesthetic or recreational functions of such lands. Objective 12.2.2, to minimize and eliminate where reasonably achievable impacts to ecological communities which degrade their natural, physical, and biological function as a result of land development activities. The other thing I want to state is that is the Black Bear Scenic Highway. So this rural event center will be directly in contact with the Black Bear Scenic Highway. And so that's very important because black bears do live there, and again, like they talked about traffic. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Danielle Boyd, that was you, right? Darren McCabe, Faith Collins, Faith, oh, there you are. And after that, Jennifer Milko.
I'm Faith Collins, 220 Rodeo Road. I've been there for 19 years. Thank you for the opportunity, and I want to point out that many of the
If you would speak in the microphone because we have
many
to
of
record
the
all
items
this.
that have been mentioned are exactly pointing to specific exemptions that are not being met, although they're not exactly stating the number. Here I have just a list, so it's
You're gonna
clear
have to
for you
stay-
to see.
there you go.
9 reasons for denial, and this starts on page 1010 of their proposal. First of all, if there's anything that's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, that's a reason for denial. And there are numerous.
You can use that and
Thank
move
you
around
so
with
much.
your chart.
There are numerous issues that have been brought up that are inconsistent with this comprehensive plan. Business uses requiring a special exemption shall not disrupt rural lifestyle. This center generates increased traffic. It says 250 trips per event. It does not generally serve the local population and agricultural uses. It is not single use. It says wedding venue, other events, and there's a floral arrangement studio proposed there. It is not low profile. Her own description says it's enormous. Secondly, agricultural NRMA area going to a commercial use is not compliant with the plan's overview for our county, as well as Chapter 1, page 21. Thirdly, future rural land use allows for 1 dwelling per 5 acres. This has 6 structures on only 3 usable acres. Next, we have item C. It will adversely affect the public interest, as noted by all these people that are present here, as well as I have a petition signed by over 300 people, which I'll turn in for your review, was also submitted on the email for you all. It will generate undue traffic congestion, as we've already said and many people have mentioned. It does not meet 6 requirements of the special exceptions, and I'll address that last. It will create a hazard, public nuisance, and be dangerous to individuals. We have at least 68 cars that are going to be pulling out, potentially intoxicated after visiting the whiskey and mimosa bars, onto a 60-plus mile-an-hour speed limit on State Road 40. It's not well lit at night either. I just drove it last night. It is dark, and that's going to be very dangerous. The applicant advertises equipment to play music inside and outside across the entire 10 acres. This is item G. Item G. This is in violation of this. This quiet, dark area at night will now be lighted, loud, busy, and affect all the area around us with people and animals, as well as those driving by. Bringing outsiders into the new area also opens up potential for crime.
Thank you.
Oh, my.
You covered it. It goes fast, doesn't it?
It does. And if
Thank
I
you.
could, just
Thank
if you could take a moment, these are the exceptions that are not met.
Thank you, and I'll
6.
have our planning director address each of those and when it's his time. Faith Collins. Jennifer.
Hi there, I'm Jennifer Miko. I live at 383 Bridle Path Lane, and thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. I believe that people are generally very good at heart. I really believe that no one in this room wants to hurt another person intentionally, yet I also believe that disregard for others' opinions is detrimental. It damages our relationships, our communities, our governments, and even our families. As you look around the room at these bright green shirts, please consider that each person here took time out of their busy schedules because keeping Rima Ridge rural agricultural was important to each one of them. Whether it be form letters that were copied and sent, individual letters, 3-minute speeches, traveling across the county to the meeting, some even taking personal time off from their businesses and their work to be here to support our community, it should not be overlooked. Our residents have really bonded together to agree that this is not something that should be in this immediate vicinity. In fact, the only thing we can't agree on is whether it's Rima or Rima. I agree with all the talking points from all of these speakers, and they do fit a lot of the reasons for denial in the very own plan that was submitted to you. According to statistics, 20% of small businesses fail within the first year, 30% fail within the second year, 50% fail within 5 years, and only 30% will make it past 10 years. If this venue fails or is revoked because of complaints, because of noise, what will happen to that piece of land? I worry about the traffic on SR 40. Weekends have so much beach traffic, contrary to what the engineer said on weekends for SR 40. You cannot minimize the danger of increasing drivers and then adding alcohol. We've had too many accidents already this year. I worry about the domestic animals and the wildlife. I have many horses on my property. They do not react well to noise and change. They become stressed when things change. They're flight animals. They run when they're threatened, and an increase in traffic, people, noise, etc. causes them stress. Even though they're large, they're very delicate when it comes to change. You change feed slowly, you change hay slowly, and you change environment slowly. Stress can cause horses to colic and have ulcers, which can lead to trips to University of Florida and Ocala, and believe me, that's not fun. I know it's been discussed that land buffers will be used for noise, but I would like to say that I used to live off North Beach Street before I moved here, and I could hear the Iron Horse through Tomoka State Park, and that's a big land buffer, and I could hear it. So I'm all for small businesses. I'm all for women in small businesses. The reasons for denial, I believe, are inconsistent with many of the elements for the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan. It will adversely affect the public interest, and particularly in the neighborhood it's proposed to be built. Giving special exception to this property belittles the men and women who work hard in this community. We fertilize, we mow, we till, we sweat, we get dirty. It'll create a hazard to the public in our area, alter the character of our surrounding neighborhoods, and alter the environment and natural resources included in the email that you were sent by the Florida Wildlife Federation. So thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Jennifer. It's 1:01, council, everything is here. We're going to break for lunch, and we will get back as quickly as we can. I would like to give you a time certain, but I can guarantee it won't be any faster than 20 minutes, and we'll try to get back as quickly as possible. So we'll recess at this time and be back just as quickly. Apologize for the inconvenience. Good afternoon. There we go. We're going to try to get started here in just about 1 second, 2 seconds. We do apologize for the break, but I think it'll go smoothly from here on. We all are smiling and happy and ready to reconvene the council meeting at 1:36. Zachary Harmon, I believe Zachary is up. On deck is Kristen Uquart. Oh, Zachary's here.
Thank you for having us. My name's Zachary Harmon. I live at 300 Rodeo Road, and I own Harmon Farms. I'm also the COO of a nationwide medical company, Health Management Corporation of America. I'm going to address two things, one of which is the sound, which they have to meet. And I hold these events for my employees. I have over 500 employees under me. I hold events such as this event center could house. And I can tell you I've held 6 of these events in the last 2 years of over 500 employees. And I can tell you that not one time did we leave that event center on time. And we don't look for a party venue. We look for wedding venues. That's what we do, because we know they can house our staff and they can house them nicely. So seeing this coming into my community, it's of great concern, because I know that noise can't be controlled. And I know when you call the sheriff's office, they're going to get upset. They're not going to want to deal with this every time an event happens. It's going to be an undue burden on them, the fire marshals, the fire community, the ambulances. We're limited in our rural area as it is on those services. And the county has been speaking of getting rid of our firehouse that's on Rodeo Road. And, that's a service that this would definitely need, if so. And that's been in contention for years. The other thing that is inconsistent is that the event center advertises they're going to be open 7 days a week. The traffic plan that was presented to you in this application put that they didn't need a turning lane because it would predominantly be used 3 days a week. That's a 485-foot turning lane that's needed on a 60-mile-an-hour highway. And they're saying that we're only going to be open 3 days a week, so we don't need that requirement. That requirement should be noted, and it should be required if you're going to be open 7 days a week. To my knowledge, in the application, they read that this is undeveloped land. And that is not necessarily true. This land was part of the Rima Ridge Ranchette development in the 1980s. These are 2 lots that were developed much like Plantation Bay, Plantation Pines. All these developments are developments, and these are 2 lots within that development. So this is not undeveloped land. This is developed, and it was developed to be ranchettes. So I would hope that you would take that into note as well. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Zach. Kristen Uquart. Pardon? Mary Martis.
Sorry, me again. Mary Martis, 224 Rodeo Road. I have 4 reasons that go against your plan here. F, Division 14 of the Land Development Code, Article 3, it will generate undue traffic. Section 72-619, County Development Code requires a right turn lane for commercial developments that frontage thoroughfares with speed limits equal or exceeding 35 miles per hour. West State Road 40 has a posted speed limit of 60 miles per hour. Why is the project manager able to waive the county traffic study and the Florida Department of Transportation requirements for a turn lane? G, it will create a hazard when clients leave the venue and have to make a U-turn on a curve to travel east. It will create a hazard when clients have to make a U-turn at Buckskin to travel west to enter the Rural Event Center, as this turn lane is very short. H, it will materially alter the character of surrounding neighborhoods and adversely affect the value of surrounding land, structures, and buildings. Added traffic, noise, density, intensity, and potential environmental will have a negative impact on the character and value of area properties. It will adversely affect the natural, environmental, and scenic beauty or cause excessive pollution. Per Volusia County's comprehensive plan, Apex 1, major wetland system, special rule area in the 100-year floodplain, energy conservation area map, natural resource management area, Florida aquifer recharge area 4 to 8 inches per year, and the watershed to Middle Hall Creek. And we took some pictures of our neighborhood so that you could see what it looks like. Thank you very much for your time.
Travis, darling. Okay. I think I've come to the part where I have reached the last person who had a card to speak. If there's anyone who has filled out a card that didn't speak, speak now or forever hold your peace. Kind of appropriate for this wedding venue thing, don't you think? Okay, and now we'll go to closing comments by the
Hi there, Shauna Altez, Adventure Together Barn. I just want to say I appreciate everyone's comments and concerns. I just wanted to speak to a lot of what people had to say. First, I'd like to say that I understand that many in Rima Ridge are opposed, and I feel like it was a little bit of a conflict of interest because many of the people were kind of whipped into a frenzy via the barn owners that are currently operating there illegally on residential streets. And so whereas I understand their concerns, I feel like they were kind of painted a big old monster that really doesn't exist. This isn't really a commercial venue in that it's a safe venue. I want to follow all the rules in order to make it safe for the patrons that are coming in and out, and it was actually in response to the community as opposed to just me wanting to build something and haul in a bunch of money. I actually live 8 minutes from the property, so I am a part of the community. I know someone spoke about excessive alcohol. We would have licensed bartenders on a vendor list. Some people were worried about the floral barn. My floral business won't be on the premises at all. The floral barn is actually a storage unit for pre-made faux centerpieces that would be on there. But really, I just want to speak to my heart behind what the barn is all about, and that is to enrich the community. And I feel it's important to create a space for that whereas there is a small pocket of neighbors in the Rima Ridge community who are opposed to it, but there are hundreds and hundreds more that are excited about it. And
okay, the next outburst like that, you'll be removed from council. Okay, you will be removed and be asked to leave, and then hopefully you don't have to be removed. But that's not necessary. We can discuss, but we don't have to be that disagreeable. She didn't say a single word to anyone when you spoke, and I would expect that you would give her the same courtesy. Thank you.
I felt like the property was a perfect property because it is not on residential roads. It's on a main highway, and it's flanked by other businesses and churches with congregations of 200 or more that come in and out on a weekly basis. And I'm working hard to make sure that I come into compliance with every single item that is required of me. And so with that, I'll step down.
Thank you. Does your representative want to speak? Or yeah, there is.
Very sorry, but yes, I do want to speak.
Okay.
Well, we've heard from a lot of different people, a lot of different issues. Many of them simply don't reference the criteria at all. Most of them refer to fears about what could happen, not about anything that actually has happened. And in addition, you have criteria that are in place that are in most instances stricter than what your normal land development code requires. If Shauna gets denied, she could open a church there tomorrow. It's not a special exception. She could have events there every single day, weddings, all the same activities could occur on site. Churches are not special exceptions in the A2 category. They're primary permitted use. We would deal just with staff. We would not go through this process. In addition, we would then be subject to the noise criteria, for example. That's one of the conditions that you impose. The county's noise ordinance goes by ambient noise that's adjacent to the property. As a matter of fact, in rural areas, you're allowed to have a larger decibel, 75 decibels, than you are in residential areas. Your special exception criteria says no noise on adjoining property. We haven't generated any noise yet because this property hasn't been developed. And if we do, you've already heard from Clay that code enforcement will be out there. And I know that Mr. Johnson is going to want to see some of that code enforcement activity be proactive. So, I think, many of the things that you've heard about represent people expressing fears in terms of what could happen. We'll work with your staff, and if any code enforcement activity is generated either proactively or by complaints, they'll be addressed. But if you go ahead and pass this, you're actually imposing a higher standard than what would be allowed under the current ordinances of the county. So, as I said earlier in my presentation, I think you guys have looked at this. You've looked at the situation where under agribusiness, people are asserting their rights to open these businesses. They're certainly not indicating that these type of businesses are incompatible with farm activity or rural activity because they're locating them on sites. So if they're going to disturb livestock, if they're going to disturb anything that's on that farm, I think that's sort of an inconsistent argument. There's a lot of activities in the rural areas that are considered rural that are very, very noisy. You're allowed, processing, packing plants, and storage under agriculture. So what happens at processing, packing, and storage? You have a large, usually industrial-looking building, large vehicle use areas where tractor trailers drive up and take away what's ever been packed and stored. That's a primary permitted use in the district. You're allowed wholesale uses as a special exception. There'd be notice and people come through, but if you meet the criteria, you can have very large, what are essentially are distribution uses, all under agriculture. That's the nature of agriculture. That's what the character of agricultural uses are. In addition, you've heard about other uses right in this particular area. There's 2 other wedding barns already. So that speaks to what the character of the area is. There is the 2A Ranch. This is something from the Rock of Daytona's website, and I'll put this in. Right? They've been on a concert schedule for Rock of Daytona in this neighborhood. So they do it all indoors. Shauna's been to an event there. She's not objecting to this use whatsoever. She thinks it's a fantastic business. probably some of you guys may have been to events on that at 2A Ranch. It talks to what the character of that neighborhood is. It's way up off the road down, very residential streets. It's not on State Road 40, which is designed to carry, much, much higher volumes of traffic than where these two other businesses are located. And, they're certainly part of the fabric of the community, and Shauna wants to be part of that fabric as well. There was an exhibit submitted, talks about a number of different items that, it's indicated that we do not meet the minimum 10 acres. Both your staff and the PLDRC found that we do meet the requirements for 10 acres. Preserving those 7 acres of wetlands on the property presumably would be a good thing, but certainly if it's required that there be 10 usable acres, I guess we could explore impacting them if we needed to. Then on there was buffer requirements pending. Of course, it's pending because it's on our concept plan, but we'll be going through a site plan process. And so that'll have to be on the site plan, and that will end up then on being developed, right? And we'll have to meet the requirements of the code. There was something about building codes, the A2, and the wetlands acre on that exhibit as well, so I view that more or less as a repeat of the earlier one. Loudspeakers. Again, I've already talked about the sound. The sound, loudspeakers aren't prohibited. What is prohibited is no noise on adjoining property. Again, I want to repeat that many, many times because we heard about noise many times. There's a much higher standard than is imposed on other properties that develop under your land development code. Lighting. Again, we'll have to go, there's a lighting standard in the requirements. We're going to have to go through site plan approval. Your staff is going to make us show them the type of light fixtures that'll end up. They'll all have to be shielded. The county has a pretty good light code that addresses, how foot candles of lights, how they're shielded, how they're directed. All that is a site plan issue. There's reference to the comprehensive plan review. Again, this is a special exception in the A1. It's compatible with the, it's a rural use. You made that determination when you created the special exception criteria. Traffic, there was reference to traffic circulation plan, and you've also heard some discussions about the turn lanes. The turn lane isn't a requirement of the special exception. That is just something that comes up through the site plan process. So yes, there was a comment. When you go through the process for special exception, it's just a concept plan. You then are also, as you know, you're routed through your staff review comment. And during that staff review, they generate a bunch of comments, many of which are not even applicable to the special exception. They're just letting you know, by the way, when you come in later, we're going to ask for this or we're going to ask for that. My response was that, yes, I understand you're going to ask for a turn lane, but this is a DOT road. It doesn't necessarily meet the warrants for a turn lane on DOT's road. And so we're going to at least want to discuss that. Maybe it could be a paper. That's the tenor of which this discussion was. So I just want to point that out. You've heard we're going to meet the requirements. We want to be given a chance to do so. We've made application, gone through this process. You've approved others, and we want to be treated similarly So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, we'll close the public hearing portion. And Clay, I'm sure you're going to be asked questions, counsel. What's your pleasure? Ms. Post.
Clay. Clay, he just referred to the comments about usable land as well, using the 10 acres. Many people have commented on that. Can you comment from your perspective on the intent of 10 usable acres?
The minimum requirement is 10 acres. We have property throughout the county that have wetlands on there. It does not discount the minimum lot size. So it was not 10 net usable acres. It's just 10 acres as written in the code. There is no requirement for it to be uplands or those types of things. It just says 10 acres.
And, okay, that's all the questions I have for
Okay.
you, but I do have still some discussion. So I did want to make a statement, and I want you to very, very much know that, I'm all about women in business, and I greatly appreciate the fact that you're an entrepreneur, and you look young, so good for you. But, I do support the fact that you're trying to build a business and that you're trying to do what you're doing. It sounds like you do have a marvelous plan, and that you really have put a lot of effort, obviously, into this, and a lot of sweat, a lot of money, a lot of all of the above. So I do want you to know that I fully understand that, and I do applaud you for that as well. The concern I have, so I have two main concerns, none of which I think are going to have an effect on the outcome of the vote here today. But the two concerns I would have, so I want you to know, is noise. And being prior law enforcement, I can tell you I can't even tell you how many times I've responded to noise ordinance complaints, and you go out, nobody wants to respond to a noise ordinance complaint because it's an ordinance violation, and no cop wants to respond to an ordinance violation because there's really not a whole lot you can do, number one. Number two, you say, turn it down. Okay, they turn it down, you leave. 10 minutes later, you get another call. You got to go back out. So that's a process that I just want you to know. It sounds like that's definitely a worry of your surrounding community. So please take that into consideration and know that noise does travel, and that is an area that I think that we will be following up on to ensure that that is not an issue in the area. Okay. I think considering the special exception criteria, I'm not finding anything specifically legally that I can negate the special exception on. So I would approve the special exception today, but I again would ask that we come back and we do have it on an agenda very, very soon, where we look at this special exception, because we are going to keep having this issue, and that we look at it and we see, is it really to the benefit of everyone? So I would make that motion as well.
The motion that can be made with approval, but we cannot add that we will look at the other.
Then
okay.
I'll bring that up in open discussion then, and
Be
make
great.
that motion again as well. That'll be the third time in
That'd
this
be fine.
meeting that I brought that.
Motion is made for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion is made by Post, second by Gertman. Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, I have several comments. I understand the special exception criteria, and I know legally there's a limited amount of things that we can do. However, I have to express my concern. And number F, the traffic is a concern. I've been on that road a lot, and 65 miles an hour, and then you're having people turn off to go into an event. I feel personally, I think there needs to be a turn lane, and the fact that that was suggested by our staff, that it was identified that it was a concern, even though your engineer said no, I still had the same concern that my staff has. I also think about that when they leave at nighttime, and you're going to have, I find it real hard to believe that there's only going to be 68 cars pulling out, and there's probably going to be a lot more than that. And then they may have to cross 4 lanes of traffic or whatever there is. And also the traffic coming east to make a turn into the property. I'm concerned, I have traffic concerns. It's a fast road to make a quick stop. So I have a concern about F. I have a concern about H. The materially alter characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood, and that it will increase property value. I can't, in my mind, think that that's going to increase property value. Your value is the rural. And I feel that if I had that next to me, I would feel that it did not increase the value. These are just a couple of my objections. I'm concerned about adversely affecting the environmental there. There's 10 acres, of which we now know that there's 3 acres that's only able to be used, but there's going to be, from what I understand, 6 buildings on that. So there's 6 buildings on 3 acres. That was somewhere in the very beginning, it said there were 6 buildings. 6 structures. 6 structures. You're saying 5 or 6. There's six structures.
It's 5 structures, but one is a gazebo overlooking a pond, and then there's a covered porch for a ceremony, and then the groomsman barn, floral barn, main barn.
Okay, we've got 5 structures of some sort. Then we have the off-site parking that's also on that 3 acres, and the stormwater management area, and the on-site utilities, all on that. So I don't know, staff, I'm just having a problem with this. And again, the noise on G, that is also a concern. I live beachside, and I can hear the train in Port Orange very clearly, and there's a buffer of a river and land and everything else, but there are concerns here, and with those 4 right there, that I feel, I don't know how to handle this when the staff's recommendations are, but with those 4 criteria, I can't, at this point, unless I hear everybody else's comments, approve it.
Okay. I hope you will assure us that you'll not have trains running through your barn, but anyway, Ms. Gertman.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone that's come out today, and everyone that sent communications and emails. I know how much this matters as far as to each person's community. I am a local realtor, so I am very sensitive to it. And I'm very sensitive to property rights. I too am concerned about the traffic. I think the last time I was on 40 in the evening with no lights and cars driving really fast, with none of this as a concern, it was a concern to me. So certainly whatever is going to make it safest, I think that matters. I have a concern about the noise, because noise is what it is, and noise carries and vibration. But the bottom line for me, we just approved one of these exceptions based on the criteria that's in front of us. So for me, I think we're restricted as far as how we evaluate this and evaluate it fairly. I don't think we can judge it community to community if all the factors are very similar. So I will support it. However, I am concerned with code enforcement that we do be very strict about our follow-through, but I think we also have to be fair that we apply the same criteria to each venue. And if there's other facilities operating in that same community, then I'm sure those same concerns exist. So that's kind of my position at this time. And again, I am really concerned. My biggest concern is the traffic. So if there's a way of getting that resolved.
Thank you, Ms. Gertman. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, there's a major difference between the previous item and this item. The previous item had support from the community, except one. There was support from, I think, every local except the one individual, their property owner there. So they had buy-in and collaboration within the community. But I have to tell you, as I'm sitting here, you talked about barns and what's going to happen. I grew up in Indiana. In our barn, we had 10 acres. And in the hayloft was a regulation-sized hardwood basketball court. We really did learn how to shoot the hoops and slam dunk off the well house. So while you're all talking, I'm thinking back into my Hoosier days of the barn. We did not have a special event, although we did throw some pretty good parties there, and they were loud.
Long time ago.
Long time ago, very long time ago. But also, the concern about the 10 acres and only 3 acres being buildable. Well, the good news, that's the good news in this issue, because you've got 7 acres that will stay in conservation land and will be a natural buffer no matter what goes in there, no matter what it is, this project or the one that comes after it. So that's not a negative, that's actually a positive. But that being said, I've listened and I met with legal. And my question was, tell me how I can vote no, listening to the community out here legally, what can we do? What can we not do? Because that's where we are right here. We can't change a policy just because of the issue right before us at the time. We can't change an ordinance. I think that's called discrimination. We cannot move as electeds like that. We have to have a fair playing field, and the justice system has to be balanced. We cannot change it based on the issue at the time. We can't. That's not good government for you. It's not good government for those that come before you, after you, or us. But that being said, listening today, I believe that I have heard evidence that this application is not compatible with the community and will alter the character of the neighborhood based on Section 72-415. I'm comfortable with my vote in that position based on that, and so I am not going to support the application going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Nope. Ben?
I've looked this over and I've read both of them. It's a beautiful facility. And I'm not going to say it's not a needed facility somewhere. And I've looked at both of these today, and the wedding barn down around Oak Hill is a barn that's been there that was not wanted by 2 people that lived a mile away and supported by all the neighbors. So we're not talking apples and apples, we're talking apples and oranges here. I'm going to touch on the 10 acres too, because even you people who live in that neighborhood couldn't have a house on a lot of them if you had to have the 10 acres. So we're going to mark that one out right now.
Have to.
But it's called compatibility. And the neighbors here, this has probably been the biggest outpouring since I've been sitting on this council about what do the people want in their neighborhood. And we have to look at that and try to do the right thing. And we have to look at what is it the neighborhood needs, wants, or can endure. But when you have it where 300 signatures on a petition that was sent to us, all of the emails sent to us, and then the people who take their time out here and sit for 3/4 of a day and get to look at us. I guess y'all like my beard too, but the same token, due to that, I'm going to have to vote against it due to it's not compatible with the community. And that's where I have to stand with this.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
I'm going to speak.
Well, may I just say I'd like to rescind my motion and do a voice vote.
We'll do a voice vote. There's no reason to rescind it. You can vote no even though you made the motion.
Well, I'd like to rescind my motion, absolutely then. This is...
We're still discussing. Let me discuss. You can rescind it, but let's finish the discussion. I think that they've met all the requirements. I fought the noise issue in Ormond Beach when the Tomoka River Grill was being put in effect, and they wanted to hold it up because of that. I hear the speedway at my house. I live in the trails. I hear the speedway. Okay, give me a break on the noise. You're going to hear, maybe you might hear somebody's horse yelling. You might hear a bear. You might hear the cars on 40 right now. Are you telling me that the church and the businesses that are located along 40 don't have any, that they're going to have issues? I know this is real close to a church, and also the feed store that's there and the landscape place that's there. I travel 40. I live right off of 40. I've driven that road, not as much as each of you, because I try to stay on the other side of 95. But I've driven it. And to say that it's unsafe, but the fact is, we will not determine where the decel lane is necessary. That will be FDOT that will determine that. It's not up to us. If the conditions are met or needed for the decel lane to come off, then any business or anybody there would have to. Do you have a decel lane where you're turning into Cone Road? No. There's no decel lane in there. Is it? Is there a decel lane? So it's no different. I'm not asking. I'm making a statement with a question. Any business that along there, whether you're going to the church or whether you're going to the landscape area or whether you're going to the feed store, wherever you're going to go along through there, where you're turning off to go onto your road where you live, off of there, there's no decel. So I don't disagree that you might need them. But if you put your signal on in advance time, you can turn in. Maybe not as safely as you'd like, but that will not be decided by this council. That will be decided by FDOT should this motion survive and go forward. I think the white barn, the pictures I saw are great. And having had a daughter marry at an event 2 years ago, I would love to have had her there and saved about $25,000 or so for the wedding if it would have cost that. Whatever it would have cost would probably been cheaper at that venue than at some other place. I think it's needed. What really bugs me is the fact that a lot of this was led by people who already have a facility like this. And they brought up, we're going to ask all of you to leave. Y'all don't want that. You want to see the outcome. This was brought anyway. It doesn't really matter whether or not how it started. It was started. It was a passion, and I understand your passion for your property, but you also have to understand that other people have the same property rights. Before Durance Acres was developed, and we had people complaining from Durance Acres about this, and I know they have the right to complain about it, but Durance Acres is a pretty good ways away from this facility. In fact, friends of mine signed the petition to support their friend who had the petition there to sign. They weren't necessarily for or against it, but didn't want to upset a friend who had the petition. So he signed it for that reason. But that's the point is, you've already cleared up the idea of the 10 acres and 3 acres. That's out there. I believe that they comply with the conditions necessary to have it. And you can say it. Call the vote? Motion is made to call the vote. All in favor of calling the vote, say aye. Aye. Okay. Just do a voice vote?
Can I ask one thing?
No.
Okay.
You're done? Sorry. I mean, procedurally, we're calling the vote.
I understand. Just
Okay.
wanted an opportunity to.
Barbara?
Dr. Lowry,
Yes.
Ms. Post,
Yes.
Ms. Wheeler.
No.
Wait
Wait a minute.
This is just a call the vote motion.
This is a call the vote?
We already did the call the vote.
No, this is the motion.
Please clarify exactly what the motion is.
What's your motion?
The motion is the special exception for rural event center on 10-acre parcel zone rural agricultural A located at 3255 and 3265 West State Road 40, Ormond Beach.
The motion was to approve. I say no.
Pardon?
That no is my vote. Do not approve. All right, I'm
start
going to
over?
start
Yeah.
over.
Start
Okay, wait
over.
a minute, wait a minute. You're confusing me. Okay, go ahead, start over. Who's starting over? Okay. Dr. Lowry,
Yes.
Ms. Post,
No.
Ms. Wheeler? No. Ms. Denny's,
No.
Ms. Gertman,
No.
Mr. Johnson? No. And Mr. Kelly?
Yes, for the reason stated that they have complied. The motion fails 5-2. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here, and we have other business to say. Y'all are welcome to leave or stay. You're welcome to stay if so you desire. Can you?
I love that applause.
Hi.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm trying to place it. We've got. I know Deneen, Marty. Oh, okay. I remember it, but he was never. I knew Marty forever. Well, good. Thank you for clearing it. Thank you. We've got to clear this because we have. Well, I'm doing what the law says I should do, and we'll see. This will wind up in court. It will wind up in court. I guarantee. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for. Thank you. No more. Thank you. Anyway, y'all have. I mean, I did what.
The staff report didn't have today's testimony. Okay, I got it. I was trying to get moments of contract purchases. But I do think that this was not what we intended. And I don't know whether we should have, but there should be,
we need to get this back in order, so we do have, it's 2:22. Mr. Blaze? Mr. Blaze, we've got another meeting. I wish this was the end of it, so we could all go home. But we have a couple of more items.
I'm still seeing green.
It's not me.
We move to item 11, Tad Kaysbeer.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tad Kaysbeer, Volusia County Engineer. The item you have before you is the final contract approval for the design build team of Massey General Contractors and CPH for the design and construction of Phase 4A of the East Coast Central Regional Rail Trail. It's the final segment that connects DeBerry all the way over to Edgewater and down to Brevard. So this contract for $4.979 million would be complete total cost out the door for the design and construction, including permitting, all those aspects of it. So,
Okay.
your approval.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move approval of contract with Massey General Contractors, Inc. and CPH, Inc. for design and build a 3.6-mile segment of the East Central Regional Trail Phase 4A in Osteen, 18-X, Q121. Second, we're on. And there you go.
Motion made by Denny, second by Lowry. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Boom. And it's Sun Trail dollars. Sun Trail, yes.
For grant funds.
Say, I would say come up here and tell where the funding's coming from so the people out there know where the funding is coming from for this project.
That's fine, but we know where it's coming from.
We know.
Tell who?
The
Staff?
The public.
This it's from our
No, the
Sun
people
Trail.
sitting out there beside there in the news media.
It's from our, Volusia County was awarded a $25 million Sun Trail grant years ago, the first grant ever given by our governor, and House and Senate. Volusia County qualified, and this is part we're drawing down on the $25 million that Volusia was awarded for our Sun Trail dollars. And it's a great victory for Volusia County taxpayer citizens. And thank you, Governor, House, and Senate. There you go.
How did I do?
Good job.
Okay.
Right?
And aren't y'all happy? It's still your tax money. I don't care what they say. Anyway, we'll move to item 11A.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. Before you today is an application to the Department of Economic Opportunity for our CDBG-DR, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Grant Program. $85 million was set aside for use for 48 counties. Volusia is one of those. They had a very tight time frame, a 30-day competitive cycle. So I apologize for being a little late with getting it in, but it's here before you now for a $1.6 million grant for Hoosier Park. And there's some infrastructure needs in that area. It consistently floods with big storms as well as, obviously, hurricanes.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move approval of the application to Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds.
Second.
Motion made by Wheeler, seconded by Gertman. Any discussion? That way I'll give you a little time to decide if you want to discuss. Any objection to the motion?
Okay.
Hearing none, the motion
gonna
passes. That's for
man.
you, Ben. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. You got to be ready when I call for discussion. Item 11B.
Yeah, this is an item that was asked I think 2 meetings ago to bring back a resolution. We had the opportunity to get someone from the foundation who represents the foundation. They could come today, so I apologize for sliding on, but it was to get it on today or wait till several months later. So with that, just a quick introduction, and we'll go forth with the resolution.
Hello, my name is Jennifer McInday, and I am representing the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, but more importantly, I'm representing the military and veteran caregivers that live here in Volusia County. I myself became a military caregiver on January 25th, 2005, when my 21-year-old younger brother James drove over an improvised explosive device during combat operations in Mosul, Iraq. That bomb that blew him up that day really blew up my life right along with it and has forever changed my path, bringing me here today. I even drove down Highway 40. No bombs. It was perfectly safe, in my opinion. But what happened to my life after my brother was wounded caused me to not only quit my job. I didn't work full-time for 9 years, so I experienced great economic impact. But it also caused me physical challenges. My brother is a big guy, and I had to pick him up, shower him, help him to the toilet, help him change his clothes, feed him, give him medications. And it emotionally challenged me in ways that I could not even have comprehended. I grew up, my brother and I grew up in southern Indiana in a tiny town called Gnawbone. And we played basketball in barns, just like your fellow councilwoman described. And I never thought when we were growing up as kids that we would long for the day when we could just shoot a hoop with some neighbors instead of spending all our time in a car going to the VA or the doctor or counseling. And I did all the caregiving myself for 7 years until I reached a crisis point. And I got to that crisis point because I didn't know that there was help out there for us. The VA was there for my brother, but I didn't know any other caregivers like me, and I didn't know any programs locally, statewide, or nationally that could support our family. And I didn't even know what to ask for. So I found myself one day driving him to the hospital to get emergency care for a broken bone and thinking about maybe taking my own life, maybe wrecking our car and taking both our lives and just finishing us off. What saved me was another veteran who saw a message that I put in Facebook and read it as a cry for help. And he called me as I was driving down that road and told me he would meet us at the VA and get us help. I got emergency mental health intervention, which I want everyone here to know is available at every emergency room, even right here. It's available in Daytona, in Deltona, in Orlando. But beyond that, I learned after I got healthy enough that there were supportive services out there for me, not just for my brother. And that I could reach out to one organization, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, and that they would help me find those services. Not just national services, but they would help me find them in my community. You see, they were building a network of cities across the country, of counties that wanted to be more than just political entities, that wanted to be a place that their citizens could go to ask for help and to connect to services, to connect to resources. I learned that if I went to hiddenheroes.org, I could find free counseling. I could find out where there might be daycare vouchers for my child so that I could go to VA appointments without dragging a child along. I learned about transportation services that could maybe take my brother to appointments without me, and a whole host of other things. I learned how there was somebody to help with property tax and all kinds of different things that I didn't know were there. And so what this resolution is not about asking Volusia County to put any of your precious resources that I know are needed in many areas. It's not asking for any resources. It's asking for recognition that you know there are thousands of caregivers in this community. And I say thousands. You have 70,000 veterans. Approximately 20% of those veterans have a caregiver, whether they're a young wounded service member like my brother, or they served in World War II and are aging and need care from their children, or perhaps they're a Vietnam veteran who's suffering cancer from Agent Orange and need their wife's support. We need to make sure that all of those caregivers know that there's somewhere to go and that Volusia County supports them. And that as your county services are available to the citizens, that maybe there are ways that you can integrate caregivers into what you already have, just by simply adding the word caregiver to certain programs. So, or by having brochures available in certain offices in this county where veterans and their families are already going. So I want to ask you on behalf of all those caregivers who can't be here today because they're driving to the VA, or they're trying to make phone calls and swim through red tape so that they can give their loved one the care that they deserve. I want to ask you to recognize those dedicated citizens in your community.
Thank you. Ms. Post?
So Jennifer, I want to thank you for coming today, and I know you drove quite a few hours to get here this morning, and I greatly appreciate you coming and showing up at such an early date, because I know we gave you several dates, and this was it. This was the one date that we could all the schedules worked. So thank you so much for coming, and there's nothing more frustrating or more aggravating to me to see the support and the resources that are available. So not the lack of resources and support, but the support and the resources that are available that people don't know about, or that we don't get the message out about. And so I move that we approve this resolution, absolutely 110%, and that we move forward and take note that we do have many caregivers in Volusia County helping our veterans and our military active service members, and that we do need to note them, and that we do need to provide them the support and the resources that actually currently exist. So truly nothing additional on our part except to advocate and to provide that. So I thank you, and I thank the Elizabeth Dole Foundation for providing a lot of that. In doing the research and in talking with you, I can't believe how much the Elizabeth Dole Foundation actually is willing to provide us as well. So thank you for that. But I would absolutely move approval.
Motion's been made to support the Hidden Heroes resolution in support of County of Volusia's Military and Veteran Caregivers, commissioned by Elizabeth Dole, second by Wheeler. Any further discussion? And thank you, Ms. Post, for bringing this. I know this has been out since, haven't voted? Haven't voted. I know that this has been out since 2012 when the foundation was started, but thank you for bringing it back. Your trip to your conference in Las Vegas, where you were made aware of it, because otherwise I don't know that any of us would have been aware of it or have been brought to our attention. So any objection to the motion?
May I just say, Mr. Chair, I wanted to add, as part of the National Veterans and Military Services Committee myself, and reaching out to her through that, there are only, and that's one of the things I wanted to make sure she mentioned, was there are only 4, which is completely outrageous to me. And I know I was talking with our director, Bob Watson, about this as well, and he was, I think, had the same feeling. But there are only 4 cities or counties in Florida that are part of this. And so I think we should be very proud that we have joined now. We will be the second county. Alachua County is the only taking involvement in this. And then we have Winter Springs, Jacksonville, and Gainesville are the cities. But we can maybe push Orlando and Tampa are coming on board, and a couple others. So hopefully Volusia County can be on the ground floor and can be the catalyst for other counties in Florida to come on board, because we are second in population for veterans in the United States. So thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? I'll repeat it again. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Again, thank you for being here and sharing. We'll move to item 12. Moment. Yes, I know what it is.
No. This is Aquaman.
Oh.
Let me, there are, yeah, that is true, the secret's out, but I would like for everyone, there's a lot of Aquamen and Aquawomen in this room today. And yeah, it is a theme. Mr. Chair, council members, good afternoon. Mike Ulrich, Water Resources and Utilities Director. And it really is my privilege to present items 12, 13, and 14 to you today. This is regarding Wetland and Aquifer Recharge Initiative, and you can see from the logos up there, this is a significant collaboration among local governments on the west side of Volusia, as well as state agencies, the Water Management District and the DEP. And in doing something like this, I can't help but just take a moment to thank so many people that are represented by these logos, as well as the county manager, the legal staff, our environmental management team, our public works divisions within county government. And behind me, scattered around here, are representatives from the cities of DeLand. Keith Rieger is here with the city of DeLand, and from Orange City, City Manager Dale Arrington and Raul Palenzuela. We have Glenn Whitcomb from Deltona that are here today. And of course, we have the Water Management District staff as well. Abby Johnson, of course, is no stranger to county council meetings, and Lou DiNangelo, who heads up the water supply initiative that we're going to be discussing. Lou has been at every one of these night meetings at each of the city commissions over the last couple of weeks, and is here today. And special guest, I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Ann Shortell, the Executive Director. I'd like to welcome her and also provide her the opportunity to address council, if I may.
We're happy to see you today, but we really love to see Abby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't see a check in your hand, but I know that you can be responsible for making sure we get some.
Yes,
so
sir.
Thank you, Ms. Shortell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm Ann Shortell. I'm the Executive Director for the St. Johns River Water Management District, and it is my distinct honor to be here today among so many community leaders here and out in the audience who have supported and continue to support our water resources throughout Volusia County. In the last several years, there have been nearly 50 alternative water supply and water quality and related nutrient reduction projects here in Volusia County. The total construction for those projects, over $100 million. That's you all, that's everybody back here. 40 million of those dollars are from St. Johns River Water Management District. Collectively, we need to celebrate this and be proud. A large share of that effort has been devoted to one of our outstanding Florida springs, Volusia Blue. It was declared in recovery in 2013, meaning it was water starved from water use by all of us who use water, which is you and me and all of our industries and all of the things that we do in this wonderful state. But that recovery needed to occur and has been ongoing since 2013. And the folks that are bringing you this project today, they are on the front lines. They are the ones who have collaborated to bring this project and the other projects to you so that we can ensure that we have a spring shed that provides for our future water supply and a healthy environment for an ever-growing population of manatees, I might add. And in 2018, we reassessed, how are we doing with the recovery strategy? And the answer is, well, we're meeting the target goals right now collectively because of all the work that everybody's putting into it and the dollars that people are putting into it, including ourselves, $22 million in district support. But this project is born out of that collaborative effort. So the Volusia Blue Wetland Recharge Project, which I have to admit to you is affectionately known as the Pit, was identified last year in that assessment. And you've already heard from your utilities director who, if you are not aware, and I know you are, he is a rock star and a leader. Don't let him get away some way, but we do have openings at the district.
Well, don't be looking to take him to Palatka, okay?
And I also want to thank our project manager and initiative leader in this area for these, this project and related projects. Lou, you've done an outstanding job herding cats, herding all of us, and making everybody see the vision that collectively these two men and the others that are collaborators are bringing to the table with this outstanding project. So what is it you need to know today? And Mike's certainly going to give you a much deeper dive into that. But basically, you need to understand the collaboration
that's occurred. We've already been talking about that and the brain trust that's here today. It's extremely cost effective. It's using, in part, existing infrastructure and taking advantage of a pit, if you will. But it's that partnership that brings the additional dollars to the table when we're all working together. Isn't that more pleasant than when we're not? I want to assure you that the technologies for aquifer recharge and for cleaning the water through wetlands, polishing the water, these are proven technologies. This is not some kind of experiment, if you will. So you can depend on that. And the bonus is a beautiful, in the end, pit transformed into something more like a park for water, for habitat restoration, and for passive recreation. The district and the state, and by that I mean DEP, the governor, the leadership of the governor, and the legislature through Springs funding, we are putting our money where the science is already leading us. That is in support of this project. And in fact, DEP has already declared this project as confirmed for approval for multi-year funding. So if the legislature continues to support Springs funding, this project and several others have risen to the top. I can't give it a better endorsement than that. That has gone through a lot of hoops to get to this point. So the district applauds your efforts, the efforts of the West Volusia partners, and all of us coming together for our water resources and our water supply. And I encourage you to support all of these efforts for clean water, and in particular, please support this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So she just cut our presentation in half because you can't, she's a hard act to follow without a doubt. But I will walk you through a couple of slides to give you a better feel. As Dr. Shortell had already indicated, you know, this is one of 30 outstanding Florida springs throughout the state of Florida, and very important not only to this county but to the state as a whole. It has unique characteristics for restoring and protecting both water supply and water quality, particularly as our community continues to grow and will continue for many years. And that's why these strategies are a must for what we're attempting to do. I'd also like to, again, what is unique for many of us in the water industry is commonly when you're talking about utility service, you often think about the pipes in the ground and the jurisdictions. We almost, as utility managers, we often act as silos. But when you're talking about something like a shared water resource like water and environmental water quality, it is a shared resource from where we get this water. It's a shared responsibility to ensure that it's safe for now and as well as future generations. And so some of the examples that are here, and I won't go through the list, but you can see some of the joint ventures over the last couple of years, actually the last several years. And I think I just lost that slide. Okay. So in any event, those are some of the examples. And again, the pit, as we know it to be, is just another example of where we're going next. So the project overview as a whole, in the goals for this is, again, our purposes are to achieve some of the planning goals to meet the MFL, the minimum flows and levels for Blue Spring established by state law, maintain consumptive use obligations for our cities and the county as we continue to grow, provide for manatee protection, the threatened manatee, and also create some recreational opportunities if possible. These water sources will be capturing stormwater that's currently going out into the St. Johns River. We will capture it instead, bring it into this pit, treat it further to a higher level, and make it available for recharge. We will also be doing the same with our reuse. Many of you have visited our advanced wastewater treatment. When we move that water up to this pit, it will be treated even further. As I mentioned, we have a shared responsibility, we also have shared cost and benefit as well, and this is a breakdown. And again, when we talk about leveraging, because as I've said many times before, and really as the mantra for really all of us, none of us can do it all, but everyone can do something. And in this situation, you can see of an estimated $12 million project, if we do determine that this project is in fact financially, environmentally, and technically feasible, estimated cost at this preliminary about $12 million. The county's investment into construction would be between $1 to $1.5 million. Of course, Dr. Shortell has already explained the district as well as the DEP's commitment toward this, and so you can see they're providing 50% of the funding, while the cities of Deltona, DeLand, and Orange City will contribute as well, along with Volusia County, and the basis is there. During this process, while this concept is new to us, it's not new to the state, and there are other examples. And earlier this year, we had the opportunity to talk with some of the engineering firms and the officials in Ocala to discuss their project, which is currently going on right now, their recharge park, and some of the goals in which they have set. This is one of the key district initiatives. I don't know exact time frame for when it's fully operational, but it's in the works as we speak right now. The goal is, again, to reduce nutrients from nitrogen and phosphorus, as well as offer recharge benefiting Silver Springs. This is another location in Gainesville, the Paynes Prairie area, and this wetland park that's been created in Gainesville. Again, amazing facilities and great opportunities for not only achieving water quality goals, water supply, but also recreational opportunities. And this is the pit. This is our location, the project location. This is currently a 60-acre borrow pit as it exists today. It is located about a half mile from Blue Spring Run and Blue Spring State Park. It would be the desired location for this aquifer recharge. This is another aerial view of as it looks today. Looking down the left-hand side, you'll see the Springs to Springs Trail that goes by this pit, which also runs between here and which will run between this site as well as the Blue Springs State Park. And this is as it looks today, and this is potentially how it could look in the near future. A wetland treatment system, natural plantings to remove nutrients, which then will be further treated to higher levels that will make it of good quality to recharge back into the aquifer. Again, building on what could be, again, this becomes a community decision as to what we might want in the future, but this is, an example of how it might in fact, one artist's rendition as to how it could potentially be a benefit, a community asset. Compared to what we have right now, this has certainly support from other agencies and stakeholders around. I know that the West Volusia Audubon Society just recently sent a message of support to council as well as us and the water suppliers in West Volusia here. And so we hope that we can maybe build off of this concept. Project timeline, just again, there was a lot of stakeholder involvement to date, and it will continue, particularly over the next year. We engaged the Stetson Institute for Water Resiliency, the Save the Manatee representatives, as well as the West Audubon Society. We also spoke recently sent out notices to the nearby residents to let them know. We had an information exchange meeting that went very well in DeLand. Now, I want you to know that, of course, every bit of information that we can gather is going to be vital to really ensuring that this is a successful project. So, during that presentation, we had some folks residents that shared concerns as well as ideas. It was a great information exchange. I consider them probably some of the most inexpensive consultants that we could possibly have. And we're going to continue that over the next year of maintaining communication and letting them know about our progress. So continuing on with this timeline, we basically have about a 1-year due diligence period that we're going to attempt to determine 3 things, and that's really your environmental feasibility, your technical feasibility, and the financial feasibility. I think based on what Dr. Shortell said today, we're halfway there to the financial feasibility portion of it. Now we're just going to make sure that this works for us and for this community. Again, this is just another portion of the timeline and the due diligence, and be happy to answer any specifics if you had to this, but really this next year is going to be the critical task. So for your items today, items 12, 13, and 14, I would like to introduce each one of them. Item 12 is the Volusia Blue Implementation Agreement with the cities of DeLand, Deltona, and Orange City. You'll be happy to know that they've been to each of the city councils over the last 2 weeks. Unanimous support from each of those councils at each of those meetings. Again, credit to the water supply managers who helped to keep this information out there, to educate, to inform, what this means for future recharge, as well as addressing the water supply issues, which we're all going to be dealing with in the future, now, as a matter of fact, and as we continue. So I guess with that said, with regards to item 12.
Okay. Just one comment before we start. We're going to have to do something about the manatees growing. In 1990, there were about 900. There's 6,000 now, maybe 7? Does anybody know? And at that time, they said, if they're going to occupy our springs, they're going to have to start making reservations and put limits on it. Fire marshal or somebody's going to have to go out and say, look, you guys, you got to find another spring to go to because we're filled up. So, they are plentiful. So anyway, and that's part of the work that has happened. Ms. Gertman, is that a motion?
I would like to make that motion, but are we taking them individually?
Yes, we will.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to make the motion for item 12, Volusia Blue Implementation Agreement with cities of DeLand, Deltona, and Orange City.
Motion made by Gertman, seconded by Lowry. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 13, which is the joint participation JPA with St. John's River Water Management District to purchase Borough Pit for Aquifer Recharge Project.
So moved.
Motion made for that is Ms. Gertman, seconded by Ms. Wheeler. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, that motion also passes unanimous. And item 14 is a contract task assignment to Jones, Edmonds, and Associates for Volusia Blue Spring Recharge Site Load Test expenditure not to exceed $157,098. Ms. Gertman, you making that?
So moved.
And seconded by Wheeler. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? If not, we got through that part of it very easy. Michael, thank you, and Ms. Shortell.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. And it is kind of cool. I know that there are other places that have this, but I still look at this as kind of still cutting edge technology. So it's semi-cutting. Ms. Denny's.
Dr. Shortell, team, before you leave, please. This is a really big deal. This is a really big deal. We went through these agenda items pretty quickly, and I know this council's been seated for a while. Thank you for waiting here with us. But this is, I've said it before, regional is the new local. This wouldn't happen with us alone. This wouldn't happen with the cities alone. But when we collaborate like this and work with the county and the water management districts and our friends at the DEP, and they are our friends, and we appreciate that. Kudos to all of you. And Dr. Shortell, it's an honor to have you as Executive Director of the St. John River Water Management District in our chambers today. We don't take that lightly. This lady is a real leader among leaders in directing us. We love Abby. As we've all said before, we'll continue to do that. She does bring the checks. But Dr. Shortell, it's an honor to work with you, and where we're going in Volusia County. What she said, staff, can we capture what she said earlier about the $100 million in Volusia County with all of us, not just the county, but our cities and everything and all the good work that we're doing. Abby, can you help us get those numbers and share this? This is part of the good story, Mr. Manager, that we need to tell right here. This isn't a good story. This is a great story. So from all the good work from our staff, and I think if we have a logo, I think Aquaman is the new logo on this. So if we can we'll just have Jeff take his picture, something. You're in, Mike. But thank you, seriously, staff, thank you. This is a really big deal. And to the cities, thank you for working with us. Look forward to great success. Great success. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to item 15. Brian.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kelly, Council. I'm Brian Rothwell, Activity Project Manager. We're here for the Florida Association Counties Annual Membership Dues. The dues for the 1920 budget years, $62,447. Also, as part of this year's dues, there's a special assessment that has been assessed for our county of $25,482, giving us a total of $87,929 that would go to Florida Association Counties for membership dues.
The 25,000
It's a special assessment that the Board of Directors in November 2018 approved for $1 million special assessment for Public Awareness Reserve Fund.
It's a campaign that they've done in cases of legislation that may be harmful to counties. So they're asking for some replenishment of that money.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the Florida Association of Counties Annual Membership and Public Awareness Reserve Fund contribution.
Second.
Motion made by Wheeler, seconded by Post. Any discussion?
I have discussion. So I did just want to point out, I know George mentioned the assistance that VAC and the Florida Association of Counties has had in regards to pushing our agenda personally, Volusia County's agenda at the state level. But I just wanted to mention some of those bullet points. They appeared at the Supreme Court in support of our county in reference to challenging Amendment 10 that we asked them to do. They advocated strongly in the Constitutional Review Commission against that at our request as well. They defeated 2 other anti-home rule proposals in the Constitutional Review. That was Proposal 95, which would have prohibited local governments from adopting regulations that would affect commerce against jurisdictional lines, or cross-jurisdictional lines. The other defeated the proposal would have constitutionally defined the role of sheriffs in the courthouse security, stripping counties from that decision-making authority. But the biggest victory for FAC in Florida's counties in 2018 was the defeat of Amendment 10 on Election Day, and that was the overall defeat, or Amendment 1, I'm sorry.
I was hoping you were right.
That was a Freudian slip, sorry.
I was hoping you were right.
That's happening. So the overall, the defeat of Amendment 1 saved local governments across the state $800 million in revenue over 5 years. But here's what I wanted to point out as well, is with FAC's assistance, specifically, Volusia County saved $21 million, over $21 million in defeat of Amendment 1. So I just wanted to point that out as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just add to that, what we saved, we're shifting $21 million to other taxpayers. So any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we'll move to item 16.
Yes, Chairman Kelly, the next agenda item is in reference for sponsorship request from the Foundation of Daytona State College for their 27th annual gala at an amount of $1,500.
Okay, Ms. Wheeler.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I move approval of the sponsorship request from the Foundation Daytona State College 27th Annual Gala to be held on October 23rd, 2019, in the amount of $1,500.
Seconded by Lowry. I thought there was a question that I received on this because the amount of sponsorship requested was $3,500. Is this not the one? This is different.
They have different levels. They do have we did.
I didn't think we had a level we could participate at 15.
Right, so I contacted them and they allowed us to do the $1,500.
Okay. because you and I talked, and you said it was 3,500.
Right, but I spoke
And that's,
to,
okay, all righty. Motion to sponsor the Foundation Daytona State College 27th annual event. Made and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we'll move to item 17. Brian, you're still up.
Chairman Kelly, the next agenda item is reference for sponsorship request from Heritage Preservation Trust for the Lillian Place Heritage Ball, which they will be honoring Councilmember Billy Willer for this event.
Well, I'm not going to let you make that motion, Ms. Wheeler.
I'm embarrassed.
Motion made by Denny's, seconded by Lowry. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes unanimous, and we'll move to item 17A.
And the last agenda is for sponsorship request from Volusia County Sheriff's Foundation for their second annual Salute to the Stars Gala, an amount of $1,500.
Ms. Wheeler?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move approval of the sponsorship request from Volusia County Sheriff's Foundation second annual Salute to the Stars Gala, September 13th, 2019, in the amount of $1,500.
Second.
Motion made by Wheeler, second by Post. Any discussion? Any objection? Hearing none, that motion passes unanimous, and we will move to 18. And Brian, you can take a rest, and Tammy? Or
18?
George?
Yeah,
Isn't that right?
Oh,
it
yeah,
should be
18,
up
right?
to,
That's what I said.
You said 19.
I said 18. I was looking at 18. But
Okay.
I said 18. I'm good. 18.
okay, as Tammy comes up, when we presented the budget, you had asked that I come back with some alternatives. So what we have done is we looked at two alternatives, and we wanted to put everything up kind of side by side so people could see kind of clearly where we were at. And what I did is, or actually what Tammy did and her staff, we put the current adopted budget, and of course the estimates where we think things are going to actually be at the end of the year, based on discussions that she has had with all of the department heads. Then option one is what I recommended, and what it was submitted in your budget documents. Now, there is a couple of little adjustments that were made, because since that time, we presented to you and talked to you about the positions from the sheriff's office, and what you guys had approved to put in there is now in the sheriff's budget, and also the property appraisers as well. So that's a slight difference from what was turned in on the budget itself. Then what we have for option 2 and option 3, we went ahead and looked at if we were to cut about $3.5 million and take it down tenth of a mil, excuse me, that would get you option 2. And then 0.2 of a mil would be option 3, so you'd be a little over $7 million in the upcoming budget year. But we don't like to do this in a vacuum, so when we do that, like we do all of our budgeting, we also provided our updated 5-year forecast with each of those scenarios, because it has an effect, because when you remove money and you go going forward, that kind of sets the bar for where you are moving ahead. So we provided that as well. Basically, what you have in the 1/10 of a mil scenario, taking out the $3.5 million, it leaves most of our things intact that we had proposed, most of the projects, most of the maintenance projects and that are out there, and all of the capital projects. And remember, all we really have out on capital projects right now are life safety infrastructure software projects that you have out in the jail, out in the sheriff's CAD, the 911 center. We have the 800 megahertz is funded now, so that's going out to bid this summer as we draw summer to an end here. And then of course we had committed to the medical examiner facility a couple of years ago, so that's coming to fruition now. We actually have had that out on the street. So as far as big major capital improvement, they're all in that area out of the general fund. They're all in the big infrastructure, big as far as for our software, kind of the backbone of what we do. If we do option 2, it doesn't really affect that at all, except for the fire alarming system gets bumped a little bit, and it gets in scenario 3, the fire alarming system would get bumped a little farther out yet, out of the 5-year window. Now, the thing about the fire alarming system and why we looked at that is because it has to follow the CAD system anyway. So, you know, you can do that because as you look at the schedule for the CAD, it's going to take several years to put that in throughout the forecast period. So as you're doing that, the fire alarming comes at the end of that. So you really can push that out without a lot of detriment to that system because it would be there probably anyway. But what you do in these scenarios, both 2 and 3, especially when we start off with option 2, is you start taking away any of our reserves that we had for some of our unknowns. So you can look here at the chart and you can see you know, down where what we were proposing to put away for emergency reserves to put us in line with the stated goal of the county, which was 10%. So we started off, that's my recommendation, but when you go to taking off a 10th, you're going to affect those reserves. And that's really what we concentrated on. So you're pulling back on reserves in that option. But when you go to the next option, if you go to 2/10, then you will get into programs and you will get into projects. A lot of it would be into what I call the minor maintenance projects, various projects in the buildings and upgrades. They would be pushed out of the 5-year forecast. The hard part about that is unless we get some serious growth and we take advantage of it, there's no way for me to put them back in. So they're out, and they would stay out during that 5-year forecasted period if we go to the $7 million. Where in the $3 million reduction, you would be doing some adjustment and you would not have as much reserves, but you would still probably get these projects done. And I think it's important to remember, you know, you're dealing with next year's, this upcoming budget, but we are taking that look a little farther out. I don't want to paint us into any kind of a corner down the road, and that's why it's conservatively done. Tammy, anything I've missed so far? Okay. So, so what we're seeking here today, because you've got your 2 hearings coming up in September, is I just wanted to have that discussion in the open and, you know, just kind of get some direction. You know, would you like me to make an adjustment now and put that out? Or do you want to take the recommended to the hearing and do some adjustment at that point? But really, I figured we'd start the discussion today.
Okay. I'll just want to cover these 2 points real quickly, and then I'll go to you, Ms. Wheeler, and then Ms. Denny's. I got my trim notice yesterday, as probably most of you or some of you did, depending upon the mail. Thank you, Larry. Did receive that. And looking at my Ormond Beach taxes for next year, I looked at those. Even with their, quote, tax increase according to state law, my taxes will drop $8.74 for the year. Looking at the counties under the current millage proposed that we have, my taxes will increase a total of $38.65. If I extract, just for looking at something, the Echo and Volusia Forever money, which is $45.75, my taxes would go down. Otherwise, they're going to go up $38.65. So if you want to look at it and say that the adopted millage voted on by the taxpayers is going to be the difference in being an increase or not in next year's taxes. So mine go up $38.65, $3 and something. It's a whole lot cheaper than my AT&T U-verse, which went up $80 a month. So just for that purpose. Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, I just have a question. This is looking out 5 years, obviously, but it's also looking out 5 years for you in each category using the same millage rate out 5 years. So we don't know what we're going to have next year. So that's one variable.
That's correct. What it does is sets a bar, because we also know how hard it is, and what it takes on that millage.
Right.
What you have, and of course what's proposed is last year's millage, which was a rollback from the year before.
Yeah. So where it shows up as a negative for reserves or whatever, it may not happen if that's not the tax rate that we have, correct? And we have some other variables. Amendment 10, we really will know by then, or 2 years out, or next year, exactly what our cost is going to be, as well as Sunrail, as well as whether Echo will continue, So there's a lot of variables. So this is only good if we keep it along those same lines that we're basing this off the same rate for the next 5 years without
Yes, that's correct.
adding in or subtracting out what we've put.
It anticipates a 5% growth
Yeah.
in the outer,
Okay,
every
so
year after this one.
There's still some variables that could be in there that could change it in a year.
Right, but again, you'd have to take that growth too. So
Yes.
I mean, if you're putting that in there, then you would be taking that growth.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, thank you. I just wanted that.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we get the slide up there? Maybe that's it, but, oh, wow. I want the one that has, option 1, option 2, and it shows a percentage in total fund expenditures and the emergency reserve percentages. That's it. Can you can you make it bigger? You gotta blow, can you blow that up at all? Yeah. Keep going. Okay. Okay, so here's, and since this is not a voting item, now go back to the other one. You had it before.
She's expanded it and put it up.
No, it's the wrong, that's not it. You had it before.
This is the same one you got.
Ooh.
Okay, no, you're,
Slow down.
Is it page 18-9?
I don't know what the page, that's not it. You had it before, you were scrolling. Go back.
Is it that?
Go back.
The one with the reserves and the percentages on it.
Down the bottom, right.
Yeah.
All
That's the one. Blow that one up. We had it before. That one, expand that one out. That's it.
That's the 5694 rate. You need to go back again because you wanted the comparatives.
I want the 5-year forecast and the general fund millage rate options summary. It's got option 1, 2, and 3 in it, and it's got the total revenue less expenditures, and at the bottom, the total reserves.
Go back.
Got my eyes fluttering.
Okay, while they try to figure that out, maybe we can get this ready next time, Mr. Manager, so we can have something. Okay, so council, nobody's going to be able to read that. We've got option 1, option 2.
What page is it on? What page you show? They've got it up.
Tammy
You should be able to
just
show
showed
a page. We've got it on our.
They had it before, but they're scrolling
It's
so
the
fast
comparison,
that
not the forecast.
they don't know what they're doing. I'm going to leave it there. Okay, so option 1, option 2, and option 3.
But let's make sure so we all can see it, that while you're talking about it. So either let's get it on the screen or pull it up individually. Yours should show the page, should it not?
Mine is from,
Jesus Christ, come on.
is at the very top, Volusia County 5-year forecast, fund, general fund, millage rate option summary. And it starts with the major capital improvement plan. Okay, so we're going to look at, so, Mr. Manager, you asked us a question as a council. What do we want to do? For me, I don't want to go forward with your initial presentation. I won't vote for that. So we're down to option 2 and option 3. We have to, at this time, show good fiscal restraint and return some of this increase back to the citizens. We absolutely have to do that. Option 1 does not do that. We absorb all the costs, but option 2, it's my understanding, still in option 2, that still has in it what at least the majority of this council voted for, our EMS and our fire and the 6 extra positions for our sheriff that I think most of us voted for here. But that's still included in there, right?
That's correct.
So we're not going to cut any of that out that this council agreed to help the EMS and fire in our sheriff's department. So that's in there. We're not walking away from that. But what we are is maybe putting some projects out a year. But what you said, Mr. Manager, is the key. It's the percentage of the reserves. And remember, we are debt-free in our general fund. So should something unforeseen happen, we have the ability fiscally to move around this budget in whatever we have to do in an emergency situation. Even at that, it would take a pretty doggone big emergency, because the difference between option 1 and option 2, the total fund expenditures under option 1 is 8.1%. Option 2 is only 8%. We're down just 0.1%. And if you look at the total reserves and the emergency reserve under option 1, it's 14.6%. You move over to option 2, it's 13.5%. Again, just a little over 1%. That, if we can't negotiate with it, numbers this big and around a 1% differential, we're in trouble before we start. And I have every confidence in staff and the manager going forward to make the decisions that I think this is very workable and returns it returns part of the increase back to our taxpayers, back to our citizens, but yet lets us strengthen those departments that we've made a commitment to and we've made a commitment to. And growing some of these other projects, but still strengthening our reserves. We're strong. Our reserves are strong. No getting around that. So I'm fully confident. Option 3 might be just a little bit too much, but I think it's like the 3 beers. This one's just right. I think number 2, option number 2 would be workable, from my point. But I'm not going to support your original recommendation. I won't do that.
Understood.
But that's, if you want, and I think this is one we can defend, and with doing what we need to for within the county and returning some of the increase back to the citizens. That's all.
Just a couple of points. Ms. Wheeler touched on them. They're going to be very important next year if we don't prevail on Amendment 10. I know you set aside, I think in one of the budgets, you set aside 3.1 or 3.3 million. 3 point what? 3 million-ish. I thought you said 3.3 is what, but whatever it was, you've set aside that for the tax collector, right?
For the transition,
for that.
2.6.
And you haven't set aside any additional for the sheriff's operation. I don't believe in that.
Well, we just have total, for all transition, about 2.6 million set aside for that.
2.6 million total for the other 4.
For all of them.
Clerk, but not counting the 3 million for the tax collector, correct?
No,
You don't have 3 million
There's
plus
nothing in there for the
2.6.
tax collector other than the normal transition. If it would get something, say, driver's licenses or something that we had to get into at a higher rate than we think, then that would be additional. The other thing is the Sunrail money.
That was my next point.
Yeah, we have like $3.2 million in there for Sunrail. So you have, like you say, under that option 2, you still have those monies available. But you don't have we cut back on the emergency reserve is what we did in option 2. Option 3, you cut back even more.
Right. Okay. I couldn't, I just know that next year we're going to have a huge tax increase because the expenses are going to be there. We're not going to have the growth. The extra revenues, I don't think, we're going to have growth, but I don't think the extra revenues are going to be there. I think the expenses are going to be there. So I just want to say that now. I wouldn't want to cut any more than this. I showed you how little it affects my taxes, $38 a year versus $80 from my cable, not cable, for my UVerse. Everybody else is getting those hits as well. So, but all we can do is scream about those, and all we can do is scream about these. So I'll let some others speak. I'm losing my voice. Ben?
I agree with that also. We want to do everything we can for the citizens, but no matter what, the citizens did vote a tax increase in with Amendment 10. Anytime you add that sort of burden on us, we're going to have to think about where are we going to get the money. And it's not going to fall out of the sky. We have to look at it. This past year, there's some things that we had to do. The medical examiner's office has cost us money. We had to do something about raises. We've been telling our employees we were. Fire came to the table. If we take, and we all love to go to 5.4 or less, but if we do that, we're putting ourselves and future councils into a burden that cannot be overcome. So we have to kind of look at it at the moment and say, what is the best option? And I think this is the best option.
You're speaking on option 2. Okay. Ms. Gertman?
Ditto. I think option 2 certainly shows that we are considering a lesser impact, and but we've just got so much unknown ahead. Even when we're looking at our current economy, I mean, we just don't know what's next. So we've had a strong, 8.2 growth this year. What does that look like if it's flat, in future years? So,
ugly.
I'm sorry?
It'd be ugly.
Yeah, my point exactly, but I mean, we've had some long, steady, consistent growth. There's gonna come a time, 3% was the standard and the average. So even once we get to that impact, but if it goes below that, we're gonna have trouble. So I think this is a way of just being very thoughtful about what's ahead of us. So I would certainly go with option 2.
I think it's very important that we lay out so that next year at this time, when we're saying we are where we are that we said we'd be last year, it's not that we didn't expect it and that we didn't expect this, and then the residents are going to know that yes, we took advantage of this year. Just like last year, we went to rollback and gave them everything. We went to zero debt. So that's where it's going to leave us. Ms. Wheeler, you have a...
Yeah, I'm also in agreement. I think option 2 is kind of a middle of the road. It's not what I'd like to do, but we do have to look ahead. But what I'm wondering is, we're still going to be increasing what we have at that point that we're going to be generating. And I'm wondering if we could not consider maybe instead of taking less money in option 3 with 2, possibly adding in maybe a good water project or something that we use some of that money for. That's still something that we need to do, but a project that we're giving back to the citizens. in the water projects or whatever, I don't know how we can, if we could put something aside for one of the projects that we already need to have done. I don't know. It's just a thought, but I'm option 2.
We have a consensus. I haven't heard from everyone. I think I have 6 out of 7 so far have said option 2 to go forward with, and what we'd like to do more. If I was the emperor, which I'm not, I would hold it right where it is and not gamble, because it is a gamble. And it's not worth, to me, as watching out for the taxpayers' money, it's not worth it to say, we're going to give it to you this year, but we're going to stick it to you next year. It's not us sticking it to them. It's the cost of doing business that's going to increase, that's going to cause it to have to happen. And but I'll support what y'all want to support, because we are funding the important things. And having the reserve is okay to have it drop this time. We can build it up over time, because no hurricanes this year, no hurricanes next year, and no hurricanes the next 5 years after that. So that's my story. I'm going to stick to it on that one.
Have we had input from everybody?
Ms. Post. She said 2. Yeah.
Did you say something?
He said 2.
Oh.
6 out of 7 said 2.
Oh, I didn't hear you. You didn't speak, but you indicated. Okay. Well, I'll indicate as well.
Okay.
So
So,
I'm
George,
in agreement on moving forward. And
7 of us say move forward on 2. Second option. Okay.
All right, then we'll go ahead. We'll prepare the budget with that for your meeting for September.
That's your direction. And we will now go to my next to the favorite thing, and that is 19. Have applicants for the VGMC. Any council member may make a nomination. I would hope that anyone who makes a nomination would have talked to the person that they're nominated. This is a very important position. The person that was on there had served for 20 years that he's replacing, I think, or thereabouts. He's someone I nominated in 96 to serve on the Ormond Beach planning area, and then was promoted to the VMC. Does anyone want to make a nomination on this one, or we'll bring it back next time? I think that's what we're going to do. We'll bring it back. Marcy, we'll go to public participation, and John has already left us, so we will not have Mr. Nicholson here. And we will go to George for our closing comments.
Well, you guys just gave the direction of the day, that I will say, I think today, I know we did some tough stuff, but I think it was a very good day of work today. So a lot of tough decisions, but I'm glad that we're hitting them all head on together. So I appreciate that. And I think everybody that's working here appreciates that as well.
Dan? Oh, do you have any idea, any update on where we are in the courts at this point with amendment? I think you said it would be September at least before you'd hear anything.
Well, the court has not set oral argument. I expect that will occur during the fall.
Okay.
I'll certainly let you know as soon as it's
okay. Fred?
Date's determined.
Ms. Post.
Just wanted to point out, I know we talked before about the Hidden Heroes resolution, but I also wanted to point out that the Florida Senate did a resolution in April as well to support and advocate for veteran and military caregivers. So I think it's wonderful that we're somewhat mimicking that. I wanted to address the public meeting participation again. Today, I think there was some confusion in the audience as to how they should go about, and I don't how they should go about speaking or being involved. So there was no one at the 9:30 that spoke, and we obviously had a lot of people who wanted to give their input. So I don't know how we can work to get the message out to the people as they come in, or have them understand the process better. But I did speak to some of them, and they didn't quite understand the process, and that was at like 9:40, and so they weren't able to talk at that time. They spoke later, but I don't know what we can do to get to help the public to understand the meeting participation rules.
I was of the impression that we have someone when they come in with the agendas and ask them if they want to speak. I know that's what we did in Ormond to eliminate that. There's someone when people come in. No? Yes? Maybe?
We do. We have the staff that's back there. Some of them are working security detail as well. But they are instructed to, get the people to the yellow slips and let them know. I'll go over it, make sure that they're, get maybe even a little bit more aggressive. But certainly if they see somebody who's
looking
confused or unsure, they're instructed to do that. Make sure that they have, because there's a sign right with the.
I think that
stuff
may
as
have been
well.
overwhelming this morning because we had so many, but
it was. Today's an unusual day.
But this morning, I think because we had so many, it was very evident that they wanted to speak. So especially at that point, we need to make sure. Just wanted to point out, since we did just talk about the upcoming budget and the trim rates and everything, September 3rd, our next meeting, we do have a public hearing from 6 to 8 p.m. For the public to come, and that's an opportunity for them to provide any input on that aspect as well. So please know that, 6 to 8 p.m. And where will that be located, George? In here, correct? In the chambers, yes.
Yeah.
So 6 to 8 p.m., September 3rd, an opportunity for the public to have input on that as well on the budget. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Wheeler.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Denny's.
I'm good too, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Gertman.
Only thing I wanted to mention, I was probably one of the first on council to come through this morning, and the crowd was following me, so I directed them to fill one out. But there was no other staff or security at the door at that time, so frankly, when I looked back out and realized the level of crowd, and so I do think it's important that we have someone there at least, 9:15, perhaps, because it was somewhere between 9:15 and 9:30 when I came in. So maybe it was just today.
Get them there a little early.
Yeah, I do think, especially in light of what's happening in our society now, that it's important that we have that presence at the door.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Johnson.
Nothing.
I'll make this quick so we can get out of here quickly. Here's a brief update. I had a meeting yesterday with part of the News Journal covering some points. We have not received a response from our letters to FDOT on the 16th, and we have yet to hear if the funding mechanism that the Secretary outlined on Phase 2 to the land is viable or any details about the project cost, scope, or estimates. You do know the recent change where Nicola has been moved to the Turnpike. Mike Shannon, who's current Secretary of District 5, is taking over that position. And Ms. Denny's mentioned this morning, which some of us already aware of, is that Sunrail is operating without a COO, a CFO, a safety director, and now they have a new dual serving Secretary of District 5 as the Sunrail. I did find out by email that he may still have his meeting with me Thursday or not. So how can we negotiate the issues that we have with the change in leadership? I only hope we can, because I had a meeting scheduled with Nicola for this Thursday prior to our meeting next Thursday or Friday for the Sunrail Commission. And we may be headed into a resolution dispute process with our partners and set forth in the contracts, and we may have to look at protecting our citizens' interest in other ways. And maybe if we can work out the details, our partners would like to move forward with us in a more limited roles. Just some of my thoughts. I've also been asked to contribute a community voice on the Sunrail issue, laying out to the individuals. And I would like to be I can do it individually. I would like to do it with the support of this council in making at least this statement, that our interest is to protect and limit the exposure and cost to the residents of Volusia County. If that means we don't know whether we're going to get the funding for the land anyway. If we do, it's going to be somewhere between close to $100 million for that project for the 11 miles of roadway. And our cost then would go up from the $3.3 million estimate that we have on operational costs to around $11 or $12 million a year. And we'll go from, a little higher? Oh, you think? Well, I took the percentages.
We really don't know is the big issue.
Well, it depends upon what if we go to 20% of the mileage,
Right.
because that would give us, of the 60 miles, we would then have not 20. Well, we don't know, because they originally said the cost loss that they projected was between $3 and $5 million a year. We know right now that last year it was $40 million lost. They don't cover the cost to cover the conduits issuing of the tickets.
Right.
So we don't know
We
that.
really just don't know. But that's
really-
the scariest thing is you have a large project, as you just pointed out, without leadership on top of it. You have and deficits that were multiple times higher than we ever thought. So there's no evidence to suggest it's going to get any better. That's for sure. Everything right now, if we were to draw a trend, is trending, worse.
Well, and I'm hoping that the meeting that we have with the Sunrail Commission, that we can get some dialogue with our partners to see where they feel about the change, with the sudden change in management of someone who's been involved with the Sunrail for the last 3 years or so. And then now we have someone from FDOT. Not that he's not capable, he's a very capable individual, but he's going to have to be brought up to speed with no staff, without a CFO, without a COO, and without a safety person involved. And safety is paramount. That's one of the biggest issues I think we're going to be facing, is the issue of safety. They're running, basically right now, consultants are running Sunrail. And from what I hear from the behind the scenes, consultants are running Sunrail. And I think that they made this move, so they're saying, May 1st, 2021, it's the commission's, it's yours, guys, you're going to run with it. So if that's the case, we're going to be stuck. So we'll work behind the scenes and not in front of the scenes on whether or not we get the funding. Did you want to say something on this? You spoke. You used your time. Go ahead.
This is really important. Volusia County Government and Community Partners will kick off a 2020 Census Awareness Campaign at 5:30 Wednesday, August the 28th at the Emergency Operations Center on Tiger Bay Road. And individuals and representatives from cities, businesses, social service agencies, and faith-based organizations are invited to attend the meeting and learn how they can help spread the word about the importance of completing census forms. Councilmember Barbara Gertman and I are co-chairing, so she'll be doing the west side and I'll be doing the east side. And we're setting up speaking engagements or whatever to inform your communities. So if you have a organization that you belong to or a homeowners association, if you're on the west side, contact Barbara. If you're on the east side, contact me. And we'll organize it and come to your area and discuss how important this is to our community. So please help us raise awareness. We've got to have a good count for federal funding. So this is really important, and Barbara and I are ready to kick off, and we're ready to take it on, teammate.
Okay. And thank you both for agreeing to serve on that. It's going to be a lot of work, but you're going to have a lot of fun, I guess. Well, you're laughing, so maybe it'll be a lot of fun. Just one thing that I really don't want to bring up, but I'll just bring it up in a broad sense of things. Let's remember to review the travel policy that we have and make sure that we follow that. each time we travel, so that we don't have any issues on that. And with that, we will adjourn at 3:41.